Welcome, everybody. I'm Love Coach Scott Katamas, and you are watching Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. Yep, that's you, the Global Peace Tribe. And we have an amazing show tonight. I don't think we've ever had so many well-known, remarkable guests in their specific field as we have tonight. Tonight, it's all about communication with the Star family. We have a really exciting announcement that we're going to be making. Mark Sims and Jimmy have been working on. We have remarkable researchers, experiencers, and we even have Larisa Stowe providing music. And Larisa is, of course, who sang that wonderful song we just heard, which is our theme song. So for those of you watching on Facebook, and only on Facebook right now, I really want to encourage you, come join our Zoom room. Come on into the Zoom room. You'll be joining hundreds and hundreds of other people, but it's where we can more easily interact with you, connect with you, and it's easy to do that. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com and register. It takes about a minute to register, and there's a lot of advantages to registering. You can, again, immediately come into the Zoom room. You'll register and you'll get an email and can get the link and come right in. Also on Mondays, Deborah sends out the replay of tonight's show, and also access to the 42 previous shows that we've done. And every show is pretty amazing. Shows on quantum physics and Indigenous elders' wisdom and optimizing your health. So definitely register so we have your email address. And we're very good about that. We only shared with our close friends like Mark, and you're not going to get a lot of emails from us. You're just going to get emails about this show and the special additional shows that we're beginning to offer. We're beginning to do more and more additional shows because, well, people want more of the speakers and the people that we've got happening here. So come into the Zoom room, again, just by going to globalpeacetribe.com. I want to especially thank a couple people that have put this show together. I'm going to add to the spotlight my dear friend, Mark Sims. And it's good to call you my friend, Mark. I have the greatest respect for this man. And you're going to be hearing a lot from Mark tonight, but I want to thank you for being our sponsor and being our co-producer tonight. Thank you so very much.
It's my pleasure, Scott and Deborah. Thank you for having this wonderful program where people like our panelists can come and share their stories. This, to me, is the most important and interesting human story in history. And we are on the brink of what I think is one of the most profound worldview changing events in our world's history. And I think our guests will help shed some light on what that's about. So thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure, Mark. I also want to just acknowledge our executive producer, Jay Mayer, who created some of the videos you're going to see tonight and does a lot. He's the creator of Light Touch. And now I'm going to turn it over to my co-host, my producing partner, she who makes all things possible. Here's Deborah Giusti.
Thank you, Scott, and welcome everyone to now, which is our 44th show. We have produced every Saturday night since the lockdown in April 2020 during these highly challenging but very evolutionary times. And we are beginning the second month of our winter season, and we are now just beginning to create the second quarter season of April through June, and we're going to share more about that later. And again, we thank you so much for all your donations. We do put this show out for free, so your donations is what helps to sustain the show. And again, this is going to be an extraordinary show, probably one of our best, although a lot of them are our best. The theme is making contact, and we are referring to extraterrestrial contact. And a lot of you may be familiar with this topic and have researched it on your own, or maybe you've had your own contact, or maybe this is the first time and this is going to be an introduction to you. But a lot of us are agreeing the time is now. The information is finally coming out. All that is being hidden in these times for so long is being revealed. And we feel it's part of the shift that we are going through right now, where we have a right to know and experience communion with our star family. So tonight we're going to explore who the extraterrestrials are, how we can make contact, and how we can get communication back. Our guest tonight represents some of the most informed UFO and ET researchers and contactees who have answers, and their answers will surprise you. We're going to explore how contact and raising consciousness will raise the consciousness of the human species and help individuals to evolve. So Saturday Night Alive is so proud to have the participation of these well-respected experts in the field of ufology and expanding consciousness that we will present to you now. We have with us Whitley Strieber. He has authored a number of world-changing books and is best known for his breakthrough book, best-selling book, Communion, A True Story. Greetings, Whitley. And we have Moulton Howe. She has devoted her extensive career in reporting with documentary filmmaking, television, radio, writing, and the topics of science, medicine, environment, and most important, UFOs. And we have Grant Cameron, who has co-authored books on UFO cover-up, UFO MG-12, and the government, and UFO Area 51, and many other books, and is an expert in this field. And we have Elizabeth April, who we love. We've had her on the show several times. She's a cosmic intuitive challenger, and she has the ability to go into other realms and dimension to gain access to information, especially with the higher galactics. And we have Adam Apollo, who offers insights on global transitions, physics, technology, human spirituality, and future as next generation leadership. We also have Jimmy Blanchett. He's an experiencer and a scientist and engineering background in space and communication, and is going to present some incredible technology that we're going to be able to witness here tonight. Mark Sims is a spiritual scientist, and he is going to be speaking as well. He's devoted his life and resources to supporting the healing of the planet, world peace, and most recently, he produced the harmonic convergence that we featured on the show in July 2020. We also have Zenka Caro. She is an expert at building and shared tools to move us into a shift in consciousness. And we always have incredible musicians. We're going to have with us Larisa Stowe. Her edgy blend of mantra-infused pop rock is dedicated to supporting empowerment, liberation, and devotion. And we always have incredible entertainers. Tonight we will have Justin Sight. He's a legally blind magician and filmmaker who is passionate around using the art of illusion to point to the magic of what is. We're also going to be featuring Metaforms with Gail and Gregory Hogue. They have founded Metaforms 35 years ago that creates energetic tools that support people to evolve into a higher awareness with sort and heart consciousness. And our collaborative partner today is Alan Steinfeld. For the past 25 years, he has developed a brand of consciousness raising activities under the umbrella of New Realities. And every show, we use this as an opportunity to request the green love from our community that we can give out to nonprofits. But this time we are going to request your donations and your green love for the GoFundMe to helping us build the next season. So a lot goes into it, and your donations can help us create a whole new season for our second quarter, April through June. So we're going to ask more about that, and I'll be putting the link in the chat room so that you can give us your green love of any amount. Will really help us continue to produce these quality shows. So now I want to invite our collaborative partner, Alan Steinfeld, to come on and say a few words. He is a public speaker, television talk show host, and event coordinator. And for the last 25 years, he's had New Realities on YouTube. And since his childhood, he's also had ET experiences, which allowed him to have this passion for collecting the UFO information and networking all the incredible speakers. And he has a book coming out right now that's available that we're going to share more about. But Alan, I'd like to invite you onto the show and just say a few words about these speakers and about our show tonight.
Well, thank you, Deborah and Scott. This is not an easy thing you do every week. You've been doing this for a year, and it's hard work. It's heavy lifting to coordinate all the players, and I'm happy to be working here with you, Scott and Mark, to put together something I feel is the most important topic of our time. How are we going to meet the others, which is really part of ourselves? How are we going to expand consciousness to know a greater aspect of the mind? So I just want to say everything you'll hear here tonight is in a way an initiation. It's a way to expand who you are. Take it all in. Even if it sounds unbelievable, take it in, because these people are serious. They're hardcore researchers, and they are here to evolve our level of understanding. So I'm very excited about what's going to be happening here to me, all of us, and everyone who's watching. Thank you, Deborah.
Oh, thank you, Alan. Alan and I go way back. You worked on a movie that I made back in 1989 in Maui. So
that's right.
I
was sleeping in a tent. I was sleeping in a tent, and Scott shows up with a film crew. So.
Yep. And you ended up helping out quite a bit. So
I did.
You know, we always have really fun music, and now we're having videos more and more. And we're going to kind of kick this off with a really fun video that was created by our buddy Mark Sims. Is everybody ready for the arrival countdown? You know, we do want to honor the different people throughout time who have brought this information. And tonight's really an example of that, where we've got some veterans in the field and some people that are the new leaders in the field. Thank you, Mark, for that beautiful video. And when I see the little guy with the blue eyes, I always think that's Mark as a child. That's like little boy Mark.
Well, thank you. I also need to give a shout out to Craig Campabasso, who actually did the video editing and directing for that. I hired him to put the video montage to the music I produced. So he did an excellent job. He's a very dear friend and contactee himself. So Craig, thank you for doing that work.
It's a great start to the show. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Craig. And now I'm turning it over to Deborah.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Mark. And now I'm very happy to introduce this amazing woman who we love to have on the show. We've had her several times, and I consider a voice of the times. And this is one of the best topics for her. Elizabeth April is a cosmic intuitive channeler who has the ability to go into other realms and dimensions and gain access to information through vibration and visuals. She has a YouTube channel where she has 50,000 subscriptions, and she shares every week ongoing information that she feels inspired to share that she receives from the other realms. And that includes the Galactic Federation. Her teachings are really clear, very deep. I personally don't miss them. I consider her one of my personal teachers. So Elizabeth, we're really happy to have you back on the show again with this important topic of making contact. Can you open the show for us now?
Awesome. I would be so honored to kick off this beautiful, incredible night. And I feel so honored to be in a room, quote unquote, with so many incredible people, and huge love to everyone else who is here, all of the other panelists and speakers. If it wasn't for the work that you did and the commitment that you had and the risks that you took in stepping into that, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be able to basically speak on the things that I speak on, out in public. So I really appreciate that. When we talk about making contact and we talk about what that means, I get drawn back to, one of my first experiences that I had, which was an abduction at the age of 18. Now, like I was mentioning in the pre-show, before that abduction at 18, I was astral traveling and remote viewing and working on telepathy and downloading information and, figuring out precognition and clairvoyance. But if you ask me about aliens, I would say there's got to be something in the universe, but why would they be here? Why would they bother with us, little old third dimension species? And slowly but surely after my abduction experience, a lot of the answers started to come through to me. So I was asking all the questions that I think anyone would want to ask at that time. Who are we? What's the whole point of this? And who are the aliens and why are they here as well? And I started having very vivid flashback and recall to many lifetimes where I had lived off of this planet in many other dimensions, bodies, and on other spaceships. And I also went back in time. If you start remote viewing, astral traveling, and getting into past lifetimes, I started asking those other questions. So who was Jesus? What happened back in Greek mythological times? Who were the Greek gods? How were the pyramids built? And those are all things that I could go back and remote view. Now, the more and more I went back into these different timelines and weird, hidden human ancient aspects of humanity, I started to see all of these bizarre sometimes dinosaur looking different beings on the planet interacting with human beings. I was baffled that this has all been covered up and that no one's ever really talked about this before. This is nothing that I'd ever been taught in an education or school. And so I started to really question, if interdimensional beings were interacting with human beings way back then, way back at the beginning of humanity as we know it, then what does that mean for us right now? And through the past 10 years of exploration and my own channeling, I started to realize that that missing link that science talks about in our grand evolution is actually them. I truly believe that it is those interdimensional beings who came to this planet, who spliced their genetic DNA with us. We are their grand experiment. And there's many reasons to this. And I've spoken with the Galactic Federation, many other species, to get their take on why exactly, they came down here to create us as an experiment. And I thought that was quite fascinating. But ultimately, going beyond the why they created us, we have 90% of DNA within our systems that is considered junk DNA. And within that junk DNA, that hybridization or interdimensional DNA sits within all of us. So when we think about making contact, I don't think about calling in the UFOs. I don't think about even talking to our interdimensional galactic family members. I think about going deep within. I think about unlocking and activating the DNA aspects within ourselves as hybrid human beings, and to ask ourselves what else is possible once we start unlocking that DNA. I believe that all of us can remote view, astral travel, and speak with other beings telepathically. So then what? What else do we need to do in order to unlock that hybrid DNA? It's not meditating for 5 hours a day. It's not eating a clean vegan diet, believe it or not. It's actually raising your vibration. I believe everything in this reality is based on a vibrational frequency. Even the chair that I'm sitting in, we perceive as solid, but really it's just vibration. It's just a bunch of atoms with infinite amounts of space. So if everything, even in the physical, is a vibration, our DNA is also a vibrational frequency. And I believe that with our heightened vibration and the Schumann resonance and the energies that are hitting the planet right now at this time, this is when all of us are digging deep, purging out what doesn't serve us, and raising our frequency to unlock that DNA. So then how do you raise your frequency? I could talk about this for hours, but there's two things I want to mention. One is stop reacting, all right? The more that we react in a fight or flight frequency, the more that we lower our vibration and sit in that lower vibration. So get rid of any and all reaction. And the second thing, the best way to change any low vibrational frequency into a higher frequency and a higher vibration is honestly just through appreciation and gratitude. No matter what you have in your life, take a look around and appreciate the roof over your head, the fresh water in your water bottle, the bed that you sleep in, and the people in your life, because it is through that observation of gratitude and appreciation that will ultimately raise your vibrational frequency and unlock your interdimensional DNA. You are powerful, you are interdimensional yourself, you are a hybrid being, and you are here for a reason, for a mission. And we need you all at this time to wake up and understand your starseed truth. Thank you.
Wow, you actually have a minute and a half left. And so I'm going to ask you the question in that minute and a half, Elizabeth. And that is, when people are struggling to understand their experiences, when they've had an experience and they're struggling to understand it, what do you suggest as the best resource or resources to go to?
Once again, I mean, there's never going to be one book, one teacher, one video that's going to explain it all. Utilize your intuition, listen to that inner gut feeling, and allow yourself to be drawn to where you need to go. But, my first abduction at 18 was extremely fear-based. All of my experiences after that have been so pleasant, so optimistic. We have these experiences in our life to understand better the dualistic nature of this reality. And we have to in order to fully master and get ourselves out of that polarity. So understand that even if it was a fear-based experience, you contracted that in your frequency, in your incarnation and lifetime for a reason, to help you understand the vast amount of that this universe has to offer.
Beautiful. Well, Elizabeth has a lot to offer, so much so that we just want to remind you to learn more about Elizabeth by going to her link tree. And Deborah has put the link into our primary Facebook page on Unify and also here on, obviously, in the Zoom. But you got a lot going on here, Elizabeth. Is there any particular place where you would suggest that people start when they come to your link tree?
Yeah, I've got, I think, over 200, 300 videos on YouTube. And what's so beautiful is Deborah, when I started, coming on to SNA, I had 50,000 subscribers. Now I have well over 100,000. So it's clear that people are waking up and expanding and questioning. So YouTube, tons of free content. If you want to dive deeper, go to my online school for tons of courses, helping you shift into a higher frequency and access the DNA that we just haven't really believed is within us.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for who you are. You bring so much to our world and so much to our show. Thank you.
Thank you,
Great.
Scott. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Mark.
And now to introduce another remarkable guest that we're really proud to have. Turning back over to our co-host tonight, Alan Steinfeld. And he's going to be introducing Linda Moulton Howe, who is a government whistleblower who says that ETs use Earth as a laboratory. Now, Alan, you've known her for quite a while, so now you're going to do more of a personal introduction, but I wanted to get that in there.
Yeah, I don't know if she's a whistleblower, but whistleblowers talk to her for sure, because it's an honor to introduce Linda. She is the top of the field. She's a woman that has risen to the top in a field of men, and because she is passionate, she's intelligent, and she is articulate, and people come to her and reveal these secrets because she knows what the truth is. She's a professional journalist, so she has a nose for truth, and it is not just a hobby. It's not just a pastime. This is her dedication and focus to get at the truth. She keeps telling me she's not a ufologist. She is a journalist fighting for the truth. And she does that every week on her YouTube channel, Earth Files, that already has 162,000 subscribers and growing. And I would say, Linda, you are a national treasure. You have been so devoted to this that your shows every week feed me. It's like food. I listen every week to those Earth Files YouTube channels. It's like, oh yeah. It goes right in, and somehow I feel expanded. So I'm so happy you're here with us to share all your knowledge, or whatever you can, in 10 minutes. So thanks, Linda. Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Yeah. Am I muted?
There you go.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Alan, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
You know, I graduated in 1968 from Stanford University with a master's degree in communication, where I produced documentaries at the Stanford Medical Center and the Stanford Linear Accelerator. And my goal was always to report about science, environment, and medical breakthroughs in TV news. And I worked for KNBC in Los Angeles, WCVB in Boston, and then became director of special projects at the CBS station in Denver. And there, in the summer of 1979, were reports in Colorado about bloodless, trackless cattle, horses, and other domestic and wild animal mutilations, in which there was no blood on the cuts and no tracks around the dead animal bodies, even when animals were lying in dry dust. Even more strange, some animals had missing internal organs, such as hearts, without any surgical cuts into the chest or the body. Veterinarians had no answers. And then when I contacted retired Logan County Sheriff Tex Graves, who had investigated dozens of bloodless mutilation cases, he told me, Linda, the perpetrators of these bloodless animal mutilations are creatures from outer space. And when he said those words, I felt the sting of an electric shock, as if my very soul jumped, wanting me to know that day with the sheriff that this was the turning point of my life, as if I were plucked from one path without UFOs and ETs in it onto another path in which UFOs, ETs, and the high strangeness of this universe would dominate my work for the next 41 years, right up to this alive Saturday night, making contact. But back in 1979, I did not understand the irony that as I pursued answers to who or what was mutilating domestic and wild animals all over the world, that I was making contact, opening my mind for the first time in my life to the actual existence of other life in this universe. And with every night watch that my crew and I saw strange moving lights in the sky above pastures, with every rancher who saw light beams projected from glowing discs in the sky that raised or lowered an animal in a beam of light, with every mile I traveled to ranches to gather tissues for pathology investigations, and with every broken hip and leg bones that meant the mutilated animal had been dropped from a high altitude, my mind was opening to the reality of other life forms interacting with our planet. But why? Why would they be harvesting tissues and fluids from so many Earth animals? How were they extracting large hearts and other organs from inside grown cows without any external cuts on the body and not a drop of blood inside the cow's chest? Could there be an existential survival urgency for the alien perpetrators? If we knew who they were and why they needed organic tissues from Earth, would we feel compassion for them instead of anger and fear? Could Earth's first trade route with another life form in this universe be to sell farm animals to ETs? Over the next 9 months, from September of 1979 to May 25th, 1980, I worked 18-hour days without let up to produce that 90-minute documentary broadcast called A Strange Harvest. The audience that night was the largest ever for a Denver station produced program. The phone didn't stop ringing and the mail didn't stop coming from people all over the United States and Canada and beyond. Then the mail started really coming from other countries. I didn't know then that I was only scratching the surface of what I would come to see is like a 16-layer chess game. Professional, controlled remote viewers working for the Central Intelligence Agency and the Defense Intelligence Agency in Washington, D.C. In that same 1970s decade, they were reporting confidentially in their classified program that this universe is teeming with consciousness and other life forms. And all those trained remote viewers going on into the 1980s also reported that when it came to alien agendas, there were friendlies, neutrals, and hostiles. But why? Why would the most recent standing up primates on Earth that we call Homo sapiens sapiens have any enemies when we are a baby civilization in the big cosmic scheme of things? And why can't we humans meet the friendlies who the remote viewers say help protect humanity from the hostiles? It was not until my first 3 books had been released between 1989 and 1999 that I received an invitation from a man who worked for the World Bank to meet an analyst retiring from the Defense Intelligence Agency. And he knew a lot about extraterrestrial biological entities. The 3 of us traveled to a neutral location chosen by the DIA agent. When we sat down, his first words were, "I don't think our satellites can penetrate this white noise." We were surrounded by water and boat engines. And then he began, "My work for the DIA has been to monitor and analyze 3 competing extraterrestrial civilizations that use Earth as a laboratory for all kinds of genetic manipulations and terraforming. Our government has proof. They have fought over the Earth laboratory for at least 270 million years. What proof, I ask? He said, it is too dangerous for both of us to discuss, even in this white noise. But he told me astonishing details about the symbiotic existence of alien intelligences based deep underground, deep underwater basins, and deep inside mountains on Earth. Their technologies neutralize gravity, he said, provide complete invisibility and three-dimensional holographic camouflages that deceive humans. The variety of forms in which the aliens appear suggests not only different octaves of intelligence, but mixed forces at work with mixed motives within those octaves. And no matter what our defense strategies and technologies are, the human race is weakened by ignorance about this whole situation. History teaches us that often the common good is better served if state secrets are open to public consideration. For if there is one truth that humans have a right to share, it is that something is tampering with this planet physically, psychologically, and spiritually. Humanity deserves the truth, especially if that truth requires a revolutionary new perspective about our history and our future. But for all of their technical advancements, the DIA analyst said humans have something that many non-human entities want and cannot have: strong souls that can live again after the moment of earthly death in a reincarnation cycle that is the machinery of this universe. And I have become convinced that a common source of energy pervades all there is and can be an ally to living consciousness. That energy, I think, moves in cycles, like this spiral found on ancient rocks in England, Ireland, and the island of Crete, dating at least 4,000 years before Christ. Part of the old symbol's meaning is that the machinery of this universe involves the evolution of souls. The spirals are not static and they're not two-dimensional. The symbol is a slice. A larger reality can be imagined as a spiral upward and downward through innumerable other frequencies or dimensions. Ancient wisdom understood that the moment of death was simply a transition into another frequency on the spiral. So all lines in all directions are simultaneous and filled with life forms ebbing and flowing, supported by a singular force, an invisible matrix of energy from which everything emerges and to which everything returns. And if you want to know more, please see my books and documentaries at my news website, earthfiles.com, and visit every Wednesday night my live Earth Files YouTube channel broadcasts of news, military whistleblowers, and live Q&A with viewers from around the world. And I am so grateful to be here tonight, sharing with extraordinary minds and souls. And here is Earth Files that I report. And that the Mars story is my most recent Earth Files YouTube. Antarctica Alien Secrets Beneath the Ice is an hour documentary that I did with extraordinary military whistleblowers. And I would like to urge everyone also to go to my huge earthfiles.com website. And it has now about 3,000 in-depth reports in science, the environment, and real X-Files, and some 70,000 images, illustrations, maps, and documents. And I feel that it is discussions like this that is helping every human on this planet to come together in what I believe is the revolutionary moment. And whether or not the governments tell us the truth, we are beginning to tell each other our truths. And that is where the future goes. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Linda. What a remarkable, I can't believe how much you covered in 10 minutes. I mean, remarkable, really well done. And I first met Linda 35 years ago when she was making Strange Harvest, and you've done such an amazing job since then. And again, a reminder, everybody, go to earthfiles.com. That's where she's got all this remarkable footage and all this information for us. So earthfiles.com is the place to go. Linda, thank you so much. Just
Thank you.
Great to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh my. I mean, I'm already kind of blown away, and we're just getting started tonight. And you know, that's kind of what's happening with this show. You know, Deborah and I have been doing this for almost a year now, and every show we're just blown away at the end of the show. We call each other and it's like, oh my God, we did it. What an amazing show we just had. And I brought Deborah on because we want to announce something very special. We want to announce that we have agreed to do another season, April, May, and June of this year. We can't call it spring season because now we've got people from all over the world watching. So for Northern Hemisphere, spring season. For Southern season, it's going to be, or for the Southern Hemisphere, it'll be fall season. And Deborah, what are some of the things you're excited about with this upcoming season and what we're going to be doing?
We have so many topics, so many keynote speakers, and such a spectrum of information that we're going to be sharing. We're starting to cook on it now. So we're going to be planning it in February. And also, we'd love to know what you would like, because this is really a co-creation. This show is about collaborating at a very high level to really create and manifest this new world during these highly activated times. So your feedback with a survey that we're going to put in the chat room of what topics you would like, what keynote speakers, and whatever you'd like to share is really important to us. And we do read them all and take it in. And we have a special request. We would, as you know, we have a GoFundMe, and we have actually raised $75,000 that we've distributed to very needy organizations that are helping us at this time, or victims of the wildfires that happened, people that lost their homes completely, or other people, other community members in need. We have generated 75,000 and we have sent that out, which is really the power of community, because everyone can just ping in $5, $25, $50 or whatever. And then there's all this green love that goes out to community. So we hope to continue it. It's a whole other department to work with, and producing a show is pretty crazy to do a show like this, me and Scott, every week. But we're gathering a team, we're gathering support, and we're really highly committed to it. So yes, we've agreed to do another season. And we'd like to use this show to make a special request and use our own GoFundMe and ask you to ping us or Saturday Night Alive, the Green Love, so that we have the green power to do these shows at the high level that we have been accomplishing. So, and especially reaching out, there's a lot of people who got the Zoom link for free for whatever reason, or you're watching on Facebook or any of our 12 broadcast partners for free. So if you'd like to then send us your green love at whatever amount you would like, we are going to post that in the chat room, our GoFundMe, but you can go to GoFundMe at globalpeacetribe.com. You can search there, and that's where you'll find our GoFundMe. And we would love that green love to be able to initiate this new season and create this department that we're having that helps us to get the $75,000 or maybe $1 million out to organizations in need for this next year.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up a little poster that just reminds you of some of the amazing people we've had on the show, and some of the nonprofit organizations that we've supported during our time doing this show. And I mean, I look at that list, I look at the people we have on tonight. I mean, we really are feeling blessed to be bringing the new thought leaders, young and old, veterans like you're seeing, like Linda and Whitley, and the next generation like Elizabeth April and Adam Apollo. It's an amazing experience. And so we do welcome all of you. Please do join us. If you are still watching on Facebook, at least register for Global Peace Tribe, and you can, when you register, you can donate at that time or go to our GoFundMe. And thank you very, very much. And now,
And also, we're going to have all this information in our email that we send out every Monday that has the replay. So if you're not in the mood to do that now, check out the replay email. If you've registered, you'll get that on Monday, and ping us the love at that time.
you know, one of the things I love about the show is the music that we have. You know, I think that's one of the things that makes it unique is that we have the top speakers coming on and just condensing, like Linda did an amazing job condensing 35 years into 10 minutes, right? But that allows us to then have amazing musicians. And one of our favorite musicians is Larisa Stowe and her very faithful compadre there, Benj. And we love Larisa. She was on our show. She's been on our show, I think this is 4th or 5th time. As much as anybody. And a couple shows ago, we heard a song and I went, oh my God, that is our theme song. And sure enough, if you watch the opening of every show, it always opens with Larissa's song, because that's our theme song. So did Benj write that? Yeah?
Larisa wrote that. Larisa wrote Peacemakers.
Okay, well, you both rock. Quickly, just to introduce Larisa to anybody who doesn't know her, she provides a decidedly edgy blend of mantra-infused pop rock. She's dedicated to supporting your empowerment, your liberation, your devotion. She does have this glorious feminine Shakti vocal energy, and it's steeped in deep, beautiful rock grooves. So it provides these wild flights of energetic world beat sound, taking us all on a magic carpet ride of sonic spiritual bliss. So get ready to go afloat into the high vibration of some of her secret mantra, while simultaneously grounding you deeply into the earth. Take it away, Larisa.
Thank you, Scott. And I just want to thank everyone tonight. This is like a really fascinating topic, and we're so blessed to be here together. And I want to thank you for all your hard work, Scott and Deborah. It's amazing. And it's good to see Alan again.
Hey.
I met Alan years ago at a conference.
Well,
and
you're the perfect musician for tonight. You know that.
Thank you, Alan. And thank you, Mark. Mark is such a huge support. This is just an incredible, incredible family. So we're going to bring forth Om Namo Guru Dev Namo tonight and Om Ganapataye Namaha, which opens the gateway within ourselves. And as April was talking about raising our vibration, when we sing together, we sing these beautiful words in Sanskrit, it's vibration based. So I invite you not to just listen to us, but to actually participate with us too, because that makes all the difference. Namo
Oh, I love you guys so much. Luckily, they're going to play another song for us a little later on in the show. And there's a wonderful thing that she provides every day on Facebook. And I've joined it a few times. Tell us all about the Shakti Love Warriors.
Well, it started off with this incredible download, this incredible connection actually with Mama Gaia and also Divine Mother. And I was shown at the deepest level that through my own experience of where my own health was like really impacted at the time, that there would be no more evolution without evolution, that there is no more evolving without evolving together, and that it's really time to uplift each other and to inspire one another to step up into our leadership, because everybody has medicine, not just those of us who are used to being, you know, on the front stage. And it's like everyone has something really, really special here. And so I felt really inspired. And I have to say, more than just inspired, I felt pushed by spirit in a really, really strong way to link arms and to lift up those around me and to encourage people to step into sharing their medicine on a daily basis, sharing meditation. We do meditation together every day at 11:11 a.m. Yes, that's a good distinction.
Pacific time.
Yes, Pacific time. That's right.
Specifically.
and people share like their own stories, their own vulnerabilities. One of the things that I love so much about this is that in this time we have, or should I say in the past, because I like to speak into the future, what we're wanting to create. We have been taught that leaders are strong all the time, and that, you know, we always have our shit together, and right, and that's what we're quote supposed to be doing in order to be strong leaders. And what I have been very much aware that needs to happen is a lot more vulnerability on this planet, and especially within our leadership, for us to show that we're human, and to show that we're afraid, and to show where we're struggling in life, rather than just putting on this front and saying, okay, this is how you do it, everybody, you know, which is, yes, we want to share that medicine too of, you know, this is what works for me, but also here's what I'm struggling with, and this is what I'm doing as I'm struggling. This is what I'm finding is raising my vibration in these moments. So this incredible group of beings are very vulnerable in their shares, and I think that's really impactful. And I hope that this spreads into the leadership, you know, that we see across the board, you know, not only in corporations and how we treat each other within that environment, but also on our world stage with politicians, with artists across the board. So I think that's going to be a big, huge healing for the planet.
God bless you. Well, everybody, please just, it's easy on Facebook. Just put in the search bar, Larisa's Shakti Love Warriors, and join. You'll get your notifications. A reminder, if you want, you can sign up. I get a reminder every day at 11 o'clock a.m. It reminds me, hey, go check out what she's doing. And she does have amazing speakers and presenters, and the meditation at 11:11 Pacific, specifically Pacific. I'm always going to think about you, Benj, when I use that term now. And we're going to have more from Larisa and Benj a little bit later on in the show. But now to introduce, and thank you guys, thank you.
Thank you.
And now to introduce an amazing speaker. It's our co-host, it's Alan.
Thank you, Scott. Thanks, Larisa. If I didn't say so before, I just want to say subscribe to Linda Moulton Howe's YouTube channel, Earth Files. Help her get to 200,000 this year soon, and you will not regret it. And, you know, what Larisa said is right about being vulnerable. These people, Linda and Whitley, they've put their life on the line and their career. And if there was going to be a Mount Rushmore of investigators, it would be Linda and Whitley and John Mack and Bud Hopkins. These are the giants that on the shoulders I stood to see further. And I say that in my book. So I'm so happy that Whitley is here because his book shook me up. I read in 1987, Communion came out, and that was him revealing
89.
89. Oh, okay. 89. But that I couldn't read it in one sitting. I had to put it down because it brought up too much emotion for me. It connected me to some part of myself that I had just put away somewhere. And when I finally did read it, I was a more expanded human being. And not only me, Whitley and Anne, his wife, got 200,000 letters from people around the world after they read Communion. That was a breakthrough book, Whitley, and it was vulnerable. And I'm here. Mark Sims is now going to go deeper into that conversation with Whitley because I think in conversation, more can come out, and Mark is very passionate about your work, but thanks so much for being here, Whitley. And Mark, please.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. It's true that probably one of the best read people I've researched in my 8 years since my own very world-altering contact experience was Whitley, because for those of you that don't know my experience, in 2012, I went to a Stephen Greer CE5 retreat, a 6-day retreat. And I went there as a skeptic and as an atheist. I had been an atheist my entire adult life. And on the 5th night of this 6-day retreat, a ship materializes out of thin air right above us. Later that night in my hotel room, I cannot fall asleep because I'm so juiced up from this experience. So I decide to try to summon a extraterrestrial into my hotel room, thinking maybe that's possible, and it worked. And what ended up happening is what I was told by this extraterrestrial that merged with my body, that I was having a communion experience. And that rung a bell with me, because even though I was not very well versed in the whole field of UFOlogy, I had heard about this book and I read it, and that then led me to other books he's read or written. And the most recent is this book. And I personally believe this is the most important book that I've read of yours. You've written some amazing books. The Supernatural with Jeffrey Kripal is an excellent book. And Jeffrey writes the introduction to this book, which is very well done. But for me, what you write in this book is so right on the money in terms of what was shared with me. So over this 13-day experience of being in communion with this higher dimensional being, he shared with me information that blew my mind. And it's really taking me years to integrate and to understand what was shared with me. And so I just want to again thank you for writing this book and being able to articulate so many complex concepts that were given to you by the visitors. So what my first question is for you, Whitley, is you mentioned in the book that you were given somewhat of a mandate to write this book. Could you share more about that, and why was there such urgency?
The urgency has to do with the fact that there is a timeline. The Earth has a timeline. To understand where we are, we have to break out of the paradigm that nature is passive and we are not passive. In fact, nature is not passive either. We are being asked, something is being asked of us. For example, right now, there in to look just briefly at the larger plan, we are coming to the end of the age of Pisces, the age of the fish. This age began with the Vesica Pisces, with the early symbol of Christianity and of Jesus. Jesus is the avatar of the age of Pisces. Now, when Jesus was here, he said, "If you do not awaken, I will come again as a thief." And this is happening. I'll tell you how it's happening. I've just in the process of publishing a book called Jesus: A New Vision that will make all of this much more clear. But what's happening is that, for example, the first photograph of the Shroud of Turin in 1898, suddenly this being was there. And then the research that has been done into the shroud, the idea that it was a medieval forgery is entirely incorrect. And the research that has been done since has shown not only that it wasn't a medieval forgery, but that he did transform into a highly energetic entity of light in that tomb. And the image of that entity as it moved through the cloth of the shroud is what's left behind. Okay, so what is being asked of us? We are not alone in two different ways. One, there are others from other levels of reality, other worlds, who are calling to us. Two, our own dead are calling to us. There has developed over history a kind of shield between us and our own larger consciousness, which is the level of humanity that is no longer involved with the physical world and no longer moving through time. Others do not have that shield, and it will break down between us as we move from Pisces to Aquarius. And the water carrier will pour the water out. That is to say, Earth is giving birth. The waters of Earth are breaking. We are the baby in the womb of Earth. And the breaking of the waters is the collapse of the climate, which will happen. And it's not happening because we've been bad or uncaring in some way. It's happening because there are simply too many of us. We are getting ready to be born, like it or not, and every baby in every womb of every species everywhere in this universe has thought at some point, my God, what is happening to me? And has been sent down that birth canal. Each one of us has that imprinted on their souls. And it is going to happen to this whole species. And a lot of you are going to be present when it does. And my life and my books are about giving focus and content to that experience, so that when it begins to happen, there will be something there to give you a sense of purpose and direction. And that is my life's work. There are two triads of books that are related to this: communion, transformation, and breakthrough. And then Afterlife Revolution, which is about dropping this barrier between us and our dead. A New World, which is methodologies about how to live with, communicate with, and usefully, practically integrate with other entities, just as you were just talking about. And three is Jesus, A New Vision, which empowers us by saying, no, he was not a God. He was a human being. A human being did that. A human being rose out of that grave. And that is exactly what we are going to do. And like it or not, nature's going to make us do it. It has to happen. What are all of these strange aliens about here? Why are they here? They're midwives. They're midwives overseeing the birth of this young species into the universe. And the ones I lived with are tough as nails. Good. I needed that. Now, so here are some information on specific pieces of information for you from them. One, there are certain things that we have to do. We have to be proactive, not passive. I hear this disclosure, wait for disclosure. We're waiting, there's going to be a disclosure. Forget it. It's discovery, proactive discovery. Go out there and find it. A new world if you can take it. They said that early on, and that is the critical thing that we have to understand. We have to do this. We have to do it. An example of this is in the scientific community. In my podcast, Dreamland, next week, I've been doing Dreamland, by the way, since 1998. It's available on my website on unknowncountry.com. You can listen to it on YouTube, but it's not very big on YouTube because it doesn't have a video component yet. In any case, you can also listen to it on Apple Podcasts and all kinds of KGRA, all kinds of different places. A couple of things, and I'm going to have Avi Loeb on it this weekend. He is the person who wrote Extraterrestrial about Oumuamua and advocating that it was a extraterrestrial object. One of the things they want is that we have to take control of our own contact experience. They want the scientists to find alien presence in this world. And we can't wait for the government because we will wait forever if we wait for the government. They don't even know what they have for the most part. In any case, certain scientists are beginning to look at extraterrestrials in a completely different way. Avi Loeb is saying, well, this may have been an alien artifact. There are other scientists who are looking for Dyson spheres very seriously around stars on the theory that advanced civilizations would build these. There are other scientists who propose to look for artifacts on the moon because there's been so little disturbed on the moon for so long. The visitors, maybe they are already here, but they want these people to proactively find this and first. And as for us, we have to stop being passive and start being active. Forget disclosure. Let's go together on a journey of discovery.
Right. Amen. Well, we're on the same page there because that's really the bottom line, what I'm committed to, and what Jimmy Blanchette and I are going to share with everyone this evening is in line with what you're suggesting, a way to actively engage in contact in a way that is benign, because let's face it, for you, it was very traumatic and difficult and scary and fearful, and it took you years to make that turn. But we, don't have the luxury or the time, and frankly, it doesn't need to be that scary. People like you and myself and many, many others have the information to help guide and show people how to have a productive, positive experience in contact. And so that's one of the reasons that I'm here tonight and sponsoring this. And I look forward to sharing with you, Whitley, what Jimmy has come up with. It's very exciting.
I want to thank you very much, Whitley, for coming on board. And I got chills when you were talking about your book, really revealing the next level of knowledge about Jesus, what he represents, and the new vision. And so I want to encourage everybody to write this down or go there right now. unknowncountry.com. unknowncountry.com. And that's where there's a lot of information. It's kind of Whitley's web page, and you can find a lot of information about Whitley there. I'm especially excited about the book because I think that I got the kind of chills that I get when a powerful truth is being spoken when you talked about that, Whitley. So I'm very excited to read that book myself. My dog is getting excited too. That's my dog barking about it. So Whitley.
If you go to Whitley's site, there's also a place where you can register to be a subscriber on his podcast, and he's got a newsletter that he sends out, and it's really wonderful information.
Right. So you just go there, you click subscribe now, which is what I did. I'm showing it to people on camera who are watching. And yeah, let's all, it is so important for us to subscribe and financially support people like Whitley, who are doing such incredibly important work. And so
I'd like to say a little bit about that. Can
yes, please, yes.
Okay, well, yes. Yes is the answer. I would love to have you as a subscriber, but I have a very specific brief from the visitors. A lot of the site is free, and you can listen to Dreamland for free. Not all of it. If you're a subscriber, you get more, and you don't have to listen to commercials, which are basically me whining about getting subscribers. But there's also a free message board. All of the news stories dating back to the late 90s are free. There's this powerful search engine. You can look up things for free. In other words, you can engage and you can work and you can be involved for free. And I'm saying this because in the time of COVID, a lot of people are in need of that. And if you have a desire to be a subscriber but can't afford it right now, just send subscribers@unknowncountry.com a request, and you can be given a free subscription for 3 months. But if you can't afford it, please subscribe. We could certainly use it.
Great. Absolutely. I think I see what a lot of people right now are saying they're going to subscribe, and I certainly will do that. Whitley, it's an honor. You may not remember me, but I worked with you many years ago when I was producing. I was a producer on a show called The Paranormal Borderline, and we had you on that show. So it's great to see you again after all these years. And again, like Linda, thank you so much for the incredible work that you continue to do in helping to raise consciousness on this planet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's now come to kind of the centerpiece of the show. This whole show started when Mark said, Scott, I got something interesting that I think you just might want to know about. And the moment he started talking to me about it, I was like, when can we do it? When can we have it on Saturday Night Alive? And he made me wait. He made me wait for a few months while he and Jimmy worked out what you're about to see. But I'm going to put the spotlight on kind of our man of the hour, Mark Sims. And I'm also going to put the spotlight on his partner, Jimmy. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about both of them. Now, some of you may know about Mark and some of you may not. So I'm going to just briefly share a little bit. Mark is a spiritual scientist. He's a computer scientist. He's a Harvard Business School alumni. And he's had that amazing face-to-face contact that changed his life. So he's this remarkable balance of a business mind, a computer scientist mind, and he's an experiencer. He worked for Sun Microsystems, specializing in 3D computer graphics. He left Sun to start Netrex, the first of 3 businesses. And he's had 3 different businesses that have all been very unique, very successful, and always cutting edge. And that's the thing. And now Mark is bringing his wisdom and really putting his full life into helping us connect to our star family and to raise our consciousness. He produced the Harmonic Convergence this last summer, 2020, and that just raised consciousness for thousands. And I know that Mark put a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of energy into making that happen. And on behalf of all the people, Mark, who benefited from that, thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
I also want to introduce briefly Jimmy Blanchette. He's also an experiencer and also a scientist with an engineering background in space communication and radio technology. And he has developed a technique to contact extraterrestrials via radio. He's long recognized for highly innovative thinking, and he has yielded breakthrough discoveries published in many reputable publications. So welcome for the first time to Saturday Night Alive, Jimmy. And here we go. Gentlemen, take it away. Tell us what you got.
All right. Well, I am so thrilled to have my friend Jimmy here. I want to introduce him before I give him the floor. Jimmy and I met online when I was still living in Michigan. I now live in Ojai, California, not 20 miles from Jimmy's house, and that was not planned. But it was about 4 or 5 years ago that I was a member of a Facebook group, a CE5 Facebook group. And back then there weren't very many. And Jimmy was also a newcomer to that Facebook group. And we met. He started posting things that caught my attention. He claimed to have filmed ships that were appearing above his house. And so we spoke offline, and that developed into a friendship over the years. And then once I moved here, we got together face to face. Jimmy is an amazingly brilliant individual and very interesting. He was born and raised in northern Quebec, Canada, on a farm. And being in a remote area, he was very lonely and got interested in radio technology and became a ham radio operator at the age of 12, got his amateur license, built his own antennas that allowed him to bounce radio waves off of the northern lights when they were popping up, so he could communicate with, establish two-way communication with other people on the radio, and has been building antennas since he was a teenager. And most recently, back in 2017, he built a new type of radio that's called TARP, T-A-R-P, that stands for Triangular Array Rotatable Polarity Antenna, that you can think of as a laser beam directing antenna for radio waves. Most radio antennas are designed to propagate radio waves laterally to cover as much surface area as possible. But in the case of the TARP antenna, it's designed to shoot in one direction. And he developed it exclusively for the purpose of communicating via a method called moon bounce communications. And the technique involves bouncing a radio wave off the moon, reflecting it back to another point on Earth to establish two-way communication. And he has patented this, and he's written an article. It's been published in a European magazine, which he'll tell you all about. He's a chemist. He's a radio engineer. He is a technical technologist in general, has worked for a number of technology companies. So he's really a remarkable person and very smart. And it's been a thrill to be your friend, Jimmy, and more thrilling to be the person introducing you, because this is the first time Jimmy is coming out. I think of you, Jimmy, as the Wilbert Brockhouse Smith of our day. So why don't you take it over, Jimmy?
First, thank you, Mark, so much for the generous introduction. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I also want to thank so much Scott, Deborah, and all the team for providing this wonderful platform to make it possible to share this information, which I think is very important. And so maybe, Mark, if you would like to put the slide, we'll start with the slideshow.
Okay, I'm getting it up.
We have a lot of material to cover with not a lot of time, so I will be blazing through this. Hopefully you can absorb as much information as possible. and and we'll go from there. So title of the presentation is about first contact and communication with non-human intelligences using electromagnetic radio waves. And so really the primary objective of that presentation is to share and deploy a game changer contact modality to enable the experiencers to make first contact, in a way that's very effective, repeatable, and with simple means. As Mark mentioned, this is the first time that this information is being made public. After having worked over almost 4 years to develop the methodology, I felt the time was right to share this with the world, and also the technology itself was mature enough to do that. The technology employed in what we're going to be seeing this evening is really nothing else than a technological aid. A technological aid to help us make contact with non-human intelligences and to assist us also in the expansion of our own consciousness. I want to make it very clear from the very beginning that although some aspect of the technology we're going to be discussing this evening may sound kind of bold and nuts, it's important to emphasize that consciousness is really what's driving this whole phenomenon. It's really important. And as we'll see later on, as the relationship develops between the experiencers and the non-human intelligence, it becomes a very personal relationship that really, really will likely expand your consciousness in a very dramatic way. This technology has been shared with a small group of experiencers all over the world, worldwide, people in New Zealand, Australia, the Netherlands, Europe, all over the world. I've had the opportunity to work with the small group, work with Mark as well. And this allowed us to really test and validate this technology and this contact modality. So it is not a new thing that's just coming out tonight. It's been in the work for many years, and we're going to make it public now. So there's other objective here that I won't read line by line here, but you can see that's really, as movement grows, we'll make tools and techniques available on the internet, allow people to contact, to make contact together, to connect people. And also, one key aspect of this is if there are a sufficient number of people doing this all over the world, this might really provide the permission slip to the non-human intelligences to make mass contact at some point in time. I think that's something important as well. So without further ado, I'd like to start with a video montage, which is going to last about 10 minutes. I felt it was important to provide visual to the audience so they can really have a good visual of what we're talking about here. And I think that video montage will do a good job at it. And so again, I want to thank Mark for his help on many aspects of this. And after the video, we'll pick it up from there. So Mark, do you want to start the video?
All right.
Thank you.
We've developed something, Tejbar and a good friend of mine who lives about 20 miles away, Jimmy Blanchette, he developed a way to communicate with extraterrestrials using a radio telescope. And he has one in his backyard that's massive, 150 kilowatts.
Wow.
And it blasts. So he encodes a message into an audio file, and he aims it at the moon and blasts the moon, and that thing reflects everywhere. And we actually had him create a special message for the harmonic convergence. It's an image that he encodes in the audio message, and you can decode it with an audio analyzer right on your cell phone. I'll show it to you later. We have this up on the website.
And behind is my little tower and a huge antenna, which is pointed towards space right now. So it is very big. It's as big as my house almost. You can see behind, you know, the big palm trees, so it's a big antenna. And I have loaded up the message on the screen, and I'm going to transmit the message, the message of gratitude in this case. I'm gonna thank you message. So the transmission is gonna last about 15 seconds, and you will be able to hear the all the digital code going. All right, so I'm gonna start in a few seconds. All right, so transmission starting in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. There we go. So it's already done. It's 2:16 in the morning. The radio is very active right now.
Encoded in this audio message is an image that includes a message and symbols and other information that you can see on the website thc2020.org/ce6. Here we go. Okay, now I'm going to put the radio down and let's see if we get a response. So far, nothing. All right. Wow. Wow. I'm getting chills. This is amazing. All right.
I have made a request for deciding if it is safe and appropriate, and so we'll see if they can make it happen safely.
Thank you, Mark. I'd like to draw the attention of the audience to the fact that if you notice in the video, when there were like multiple radios set up one next to each other, all these radios are identical, exactly identical, and were set to the same frequency. And yet the reply that came through triggered the radios independently from one to the others, which is really breaking the laws of physics. Because if you have obviously same radios and tuned to the same frequency, if they will be receiving regular electromagnetic radio waves, they will all be behaving the same way. And it's not what we're seeing. And really what we have learned through experimenting with this contact modality is that the non-human intelligences are not replying with radio wave. Even if we are transmitting to them with radio wave, they are using a technology that's far advanced to ours, because they are essentially doing things that breaks the laws of physics. And there are many other examples of that, and we don't have time to go through this in detail tonight, but this is just a demonstration of that. And it's very an elegant way to confirm and to let us know that it's them and it's not man-made. So what we have on the slide, the next slide here, Mark touched base on that earlier. So what really draw me to use the capability I have here is initially I got interested in moon-bound communication back in 2013. As Mark mentioned in the intro, I've been an amateur radio since the age of 12. I've loved building antennas, and for the bigger part of 30 years, that's what I've done. So in 2013, I got interested in moon-bound communication, which consists in using the moon as a passive reflector and bouncing radio wave off the surface of the moon in order to establish two-way communication here on Earth. And so if you want to go to the next slide, Mark. So this is a bit the timeline here. I completed the first small antenna back in 2013. I made my first moon-bound communication in 2013, but then I got started on a bigger project, the TOP project, the Triangular Array Rotatable Polarity Antenna System. For the part of 2014 to 2016, I've been perfecting that, and it became online in 2016. And that's where I authored a scientific paper about it. And I was fortunate enough that the system was published, also made the cover page of the European magazine, and wrote also a second scientific paper in 2017. And essentially from there, as my interest was growing in actively doing contact work, I had been, of course, interested and fascinated with contact in ETs and so forth from a very, very young age. I've had many out-of-body experience myself since childhood, and I always, felt connected to the universe, really. So I became very interested in 2017 in trying myself, and so I repurposed this capability, this antenna system, for that purpose. And I decided to send a message, not expecting that anything will happen, of course, expecting with coordinate time and date. And I went alone in the middle of Los Padres National Park to try it. And when I got on site, I had, life-changing experience. So this is really how it started. If you want to go to the next slide, Mark. So we'll go quickly through this. These are two scientific publications about the antenna system and the magazine we talked about earlier. All the details of this system are there. I also have a website that describes this system in a lot of details. Next slide, Mark. Okay, this is a very, very important slide here. We don't need, no one needs to have this very large antenna system to make contact with, really with non-human intelligences using electromagnetic radio wave. And that's what the twist in this whole thing is, that really the technique was repurposed to be usable using a very simple, small VHF, UHF radios that anyone can buy anywhere, really at very low cost. People don't know, but a simple radio, like a VHF radio, like you see on the screen here, with, you know, a very low power of 1 to 5 watts, if you transmit with that, your signal, your voice will be heard as far as the moon and even beyond the moon, because it's in free space. And I will show you a proof of that in the next slide, but this is an important aspect, is that we can transmit and have these essentially our voice heard into space and to initiate contact with a simple handheld radio like you see on the screen, because that signal will go really, really far beyond what you can imagine. Obviously, the top system or the large antenna system at the bottom here that we see, when I made these transmissions cover the entire solar system. I'm talking about a few billion miles, and they cover not only the bodies, the planets in our solar system, and all the moons obviously associated to these planets. So there are many dozens of bodies. As Mark described earlier, the signal when the transmission is done is made. The signal is like a laser beam. Really, I do have to orient and focus the transmission to a very specific location. It can be the sun, can be the moon, or Jupiter and all the moons, and so forth. If you go to the next slide, Mark. Okay, so this is again advantages of using a small handheld radio to make transmissions. And we saw in the video earlier, I thought was wonderful, is to see Mark's experience of first contact experience. Mark is an experiencer, has had many experience in the past, but seeing first contact in the context of using this particular modality. And I thought it was really a wonderful video to see that. And, when we talk about first contact here, we're really talking about first contact in the sense of make people individually having their own first contact experience themselves, which will be very transformative. This is really the broader sense of first contact. And maybe, yes, at some point, if this critical mass is reached, maybe it's going to be a planetary mass contact, but the first contact in this context is really in that aspect. This small radio we see here, again, very low power, can reach the moon, literally, and we'll show an example of that in the next slide. It's a very inexpensive technology, which is really just used as an aid, a technological aid to help us make contact and expand our consciousness. It's nothing else than that. Advantages, of course, you don't need to go under the stars. If it's winter, it's cold, you can still make contact, and you don't need to necessarily be outside even. You can be inside and so forth. There are many, many advantages to use this technology to establish contact. And as discussed, if we can reach a critical mass at some point when our cosmic friends up there, hear thousands and tens of thousands or millions of voices, that could very well lead to something bigger. Next slide, Mark. Okay, so this is a proof. When I said that a small handheld radio can reach the moon, this is the proof. To give you an example here, back in 2014, China sent a probe to do a round trip to the moon and back. It was called the 4M Moon mission. And what you see here is the probe that was sent, which had a transmitter that was emitting only with 1 watt of power. Okay, we see the image here and the small vertical antenna here at the side of the probe, just like a handheld radio, really. And this probe, as it was near the moon, the amateur radio community, like I'm part of course, we could hear and detect these signals. And again, these signals were transmitted with 1 watt of power. This is well documented. If you do a search on the net, you'll be able to find more information about this. So this is really real. So when I say that, if you speak through a handheld radio, it's going to reach that kind of distance. So we're not confined here, really, with small cell phones. Our voice can be heard much farther. Next slide, Mark. And this is the last slide. So there are different modalities we can use in this methodology. One can really use the radio to transmit, binary codes or Morse codes, C5 tones. Some use these tones. You can even do things more personal and broadcast music, and use your consciousness to connect with these beings in a meditative state. So again, you can combine consciousness and technology, because consciousness is really at the root of this whole phenomenon. So this radio is just an aid, a technological aid, which enables a lot of things. You can even use your own voice. And as Mark just showed earlier, and as we saw in the video, we can use even more sophisticated type of transmission with spectrogram, transmissions where we really broadcast really an entire image, an entire message with pictures and so forth. We've used this, and Mark as well, and the small group of experiencers that I've been in contact with for a few years now, these people have been wonderful, and I would like to say hi to all of you out there. I know some are listening tonight. We've used this technique often before doing contact work, often to communicate precisely location, coordinate, and time where we will be doing contact work, and invite these civilizations to join us. And there's not one time in my life that they have not come in some form, shape, or form. It's not only sightings, can be ground contact, can be mystical experiences that people may experience. It can be very profound. It's clearly life-changing. Other type of requests, just to end with this here, again, we can make requests for sightings and contact, but also things that are more profound, healing requests. And I've experienced it myself. And out of body, even you can also request assistance to experience out of body experience, which I have tried as well back in 2019, was actually the most profound experience I had in my life, where I made a request for assistance for an out of body experience. And in that request, I asked to recall and have a full memory of the transition out of my body. And that evening, that experience materialized. I was not expecting it. I was fully awake and aware. I was not sleeping. And I was literally just ejected from my body, and could feel and have the full experience of the transition. This was really something very profound, which also provided a very concrete proof that these messages are heard, and the requests are often acted upon, whatever the request is. So I think this ends the presentation here.
Yeah, and Linda has her hand up. But Linda, question?
Thank you. This is so provoking. And I wondered if you have been able to do any kind of point source map of where the source frequencies of the other intelligences are coming from. And I'm specifically curious whether you have gotten any very specific source identification of the moon Ganymede, because it's my understanding from 3 sources that Ganymede has had for a very long time in the interior. It is a non-human base. And so would you be able to prove signal source from a place like Ganymede?
Well, two things about what you mentioned. And thank you for the question, Linda, great question. First of all, the way that the non-human intelligence communicate with us when they reply back, they are not transmitting radio waves. They are not using electromagnetic radio waves. So it is not a signal that I can focus on and say that's coming from there. It is a technology that we do not comprehend at this point. But it really takes over the electronics individually. And as you saw in Mark's video, it's fascinating because in the video we saw earlier, Mark transmitted with radio C, and radio AB were identical and tuned to the same frequency. But the ETs, or the non-human intelligence, interacted through the very radio that Mark used for the transmission, nothing else. So they are capable of being very precise to the source, if you will, the location. They clearly can identify the source of the transmission, and they will interact through that source specifically and nothing else.
Could I just follow up with one more question? Since we know from the Condign report that was done in the UK and released in around 2004 or 6, it specifically ties emissions from UFOs that the UK and the US governments have studied in terms of releases of terahertz frequencies. and that the terahertz frequencies have been received and monitored. And some of them are so high, they are pushing up against UV light, meaning they are almost at UV light. Have you ever received, or do you think you've had any interaction with terahertz frequency?
Thanks for the question. Currently, the technology we're using is not at this frequency. Obviously, this terahertz technology is beyond it's available in the public domain, obviously, and I do not have access to that. I wish, but I don't. Just to answer though your question about, also to comment about the Ganymede, I've made transmissions towards the moon of Ganymede several times. I know the Rama community, for instance, they have tied to this moon. And again, the signal, when transmitted with TARP, there's 150,000 watt of power. Literally, the radio wave reaches physically these locations. And so if there's a ship there, a mother ship, it's going to receive the signal like a message to their doorstep. And it's not so surprising in that context that they reply back and they interact back. And most of them anyway may have technologies that they may be just around cloaked and we don't see them. They're not very far, most likely. And so you don't need 150,000 watts of power to reach them. They're just right there above us.
Any idea who it is that's in Ganymede?
I wish I could answer that question.
Thank you.
I so hate having to do this. Bad news and good news, mostly good news. The bad news is we're already 30 minutes behind. So I've got to move the show forward. However, the really, really good news is Mark and I knew that this was going to open up a lot of questions. And so with foresight, we have scheduled that Mark and Jimmy are going to do a special 2-hour program sponsored by Saturday Night Alive this Tuesday night. It's going to be February 9th from 6 till 8 p.m. California time, Pacific time. And there is its own link. So it's really important. If at all possible, everybody should register. And we'll send the link out to everyone. And also, Deborah is going to put the link into the chat box right now. But from 6 till 8, February 9th, Jimmy and Mark are going to answer as many questions as possible. I have saved the chat, guys. I will email it to you tonight because there are a lot of questions and a lot of really interesting experiences. And I want to acknowledge how many of our viewers are saying, oh my God, all right, I'm going to share with you the experience I've never told anybody about before. We're getting a lot of that tonight. So thank you, everyone. And a lot of people are saying, how come nobody else saw it and I did? I just want to say for a moment, I've been doing UFO research for a long, long time, and it's common. It's common that some people see, others don't. There's no better, there's no worse. It's all about raising consciousness. And it's a mystery. Ultimately, there's such a mystery to life and to the mystical experiences of life. And so enjoy the ride. I personally believe it's a dream world and we're all having dreams within dreams within dreams. Whatever your experience has been, it's beautiful and it's valid. And sometimes we can't make sense of it. If we're lucky, we can. Sometimes we can't. So I just wanted to toss that out there. Mark has put together a video to kind of introduce us a little more excitement. I think we got plenty of excitement going on, to be honest, but here's a video promoting and premiering a little bit about what we're going to do on Tuesday night. Here we go.
Good.
Mark, you give good video. I gotta say, you really do.
Thank you very much. And I have to do a shout out to Alan Steinfeld for giving me permission to use the artwork from his book, Making Contact, which is the actual name of his new book coming out. So thank you, Alan. I love that little.
Thank you. It's advanced promotion for me. When people see that, they'll say, oh yeah, let's buy the book. And we'll go into that later. But thank you, Mark, for that tribute. Thank you.
You bet.
Well, there's a lot more still to come tonight, you guys. So here's just a short little sampler and a reminder to stick around to the end of the show because we got something very, very special that's going to happen this evening. And thank you to Jay Mayer for making that video. Mark, for anybody who doesn't know, tell us what a CE6 is and what you're going to be doing tonight.
Well, CE6 was something that I suggested back during the harmonic conversions as a new category of contact that was started by J. Allen Hynek. And it simply means global synchronized contact, human-initiated contact. So the CE5 category, coined by Dr. Stephen Greer, means human-initiated contact, but this is global contact. And my passion, my mandate, if you will, is to begin the process of organizing a global community of leaders and organizations that will get together on a regular basis. We're going to use Zoom, and we're going to get together, meditate, and hopefully eventually have a global contact event. And that's what we're kicking off. And I'm having the very first one of those tonight. Well, we're going to do it, the first one of this year tonight.
Great. And so stick around. This is going to be a late show tonight, you guys. And we know it's going to be very special. But, you know, this is really the age of Aquarius. This is it, you know, that famous song. Well, it was written about what's actually happening astrologically right now. This month, 7 planets in the age of Aquarius, or in Aquarius. And the last time that happened was when the bubonic plague ended and the Reformation began. So kind of along those lines, to kind of just take in everything we've just seen from Jimmy and from Mark, I'm going to play another one of Mark's videos that he created for the harmonic convergence. Some of you might remember it. It's the Age of Aquarius.
understanding, sympathy and trust abounding. No more false derisions, golden living dreams of vision, mystic crystal revelation, and the mind's true liberation. Aquarius, Aquarius. When the moon is in the seventh house, and Jupiter aligns with Mars, and peace will guide the planets, and love will steer the stars. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius, age of Aquarius, let the sun shine, let the sun shine in, the sun shining.
That is such a beautiful video, Mark. Just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, I have to mention Malcolm Carter was the video editor and director for that. I also hired Bruce Sugar out of LA. He's a very well-known, accomplished music composer, and he did the music for that and hired all the amazing singers and instrumentalists. And so I want to thank all of them and acknowledge them.
Oh, thank you, Mark. And we've got one more Mark video, and then of course the CE6 coming up. So we've got a lot more Mark Sims coming on. Well, this is the time that we want to thank our broadcast partners. And we really are blessed to have a lot of wonderful people that are supporting our work. Probably most of you that are on Facebook watching us are watching us either on Unify or on one of the 100 pages that the Sign Network takes us out to. So thank you to both Unify and the Sign Network. Want to thank Light Touch Me, Jay Mayer, the videos he creates, the financial support he provides. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Light Touch. We're gonna have a couple more Light Touch videos later on tonight. New Realities, that's Alan Steinfeld's YouTube channel.
Hey,
and Alan, we love you. Thank you so much you've been carrying every one of our shows going way back to the beginning.
yeah.
And a lot of people watch on your channel. So everybody, make sure you subscribe to New Realities on YouTube. Just go to YouTube and make sure you subscribe. Love Coach Academy. Hey, that's my organization. Also thank Earth Dance, Humanities Team, Portal to Ascension, Disclosure Fest Foundation, Global Days of Unity, Earthwalk United, and New Earth One. Thank you to all of our broadcast partners. I also want to thank those of you who've been donating. You know, at the beginning or towards the beginning of the show, we announced that we're launching a second season. We need to expand our team. We're going to continue to grow this. You'll notice that we are expanding. We're doing additional shows. We have a lot of our guests on Straight Talk on Friday nights, on my Sacred Sunday show. We're doing the extra show with Mark on Tuesday, and we're going to continue to grow it out and expand it out. So, but we need your support. And I want to thank those of you who have supported. So I'm going to thank those. We've received quite a few donations tonight. A lot of them are anonymous. So thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Anonymous. But I also want to thank Noel Moore, Peter Van Tassel, Angela Bell, Mark Denislavsky, Annie Rogers. Thank you, Annie. Vicky Leon, a lot of anonymous. You guys are so generous. Thank you. Connie Hargrave, Janet Cannell, more anonymous. Atira, thank you. Carol Weekly, you're such a loyal part of our community. Thank you, Carol. Marliana, Lynn Mosher, Michael Robertson, Jeffrey Dalmagalski, more anonymous. Natalie, Jackie, Amy, Noel, Meg Benedicte. Thank you all so much for your generous donations, and we're still wanting to receive them. And I'll come back one last time tonight and read the names of some of the people that have donated. And so thank you. And again, just go to GoFundMe and put in Global Peace Tribe and you'll find us. And I want to talk about next week's show. Next week's show is going to be very, very special. And I want to thank once again Jay Mayer. He's created a promotional video. So here we go. This is going to tell you all about next week's show, which is going to be also pretty awesome.
Self-love is not selfish. When we have a full container, we want to give to others. Once again, Saturday Night Alive is bringing you some of the greatest teachers of love and relationship. Margot Anand, Andrew Harvey, Paul Sterling. Those are the veteran voices. But we are also bringing in the next generation. Kamala Devi, Michael McClure, Trish Wright, and Dawn Light. Don't miss Saturday Night Alive next week, Valentine's Weekend special show with some of our favorite musical performers, Joanna Beekman, Eostar and Matthias, Sister Stone, and Magic with Paul Draper, brought to you by Light Touch.
I'm so excited about the show we're doing tonight, and I'm really excited about next week too. And if any of you, Margot and Anand, this is the Bible. You know how we talked about how Whitley and Linda are like the Mount Rushmore of UFO research? Right. Margot and Anand literally wrote the Bible of sacred sexuality and Tantra. And ironically, just as I met Whitley and Linda a long time ago, well, as it turned out, in 1986, I attended my first Tantra workshop taught by Margot Anand, and it was her very first time teaching in California, and only her second time teaching in the United States. And we became very dear friends. My wife, who passed away, was very close to Margot. They collaborated for many, many years. And Margot has a new book, Love, Sex, and Awakening. So we've got Margot representing the veterans, and then we've got some of my favorite new teachers of love and relationships. So it's going to be a great show. And to tell us a little bit more about what we've got coming up, I'm turning it back over to my partner. Take it away, Deborah.
Thank you, Scott. And yes, we've got 6 more shows for this current season, winter season. And I'll just share about them briefly because they're all really incredible. On February 20th, we are going to be deepening with the Global Coherence Pulse, and we're going to be featuring Greg Braden. He was on our show towards the very beginning, and he's coming back again. We're really happy about that. February 27th, Next Level Tools and Practices for Optimizing Health. This is being sponsored by Light Touch. And we will have one of the fathers of holistic medicine, Norm Shealy. We're also going to have Gabriel Cousins, Master Tai Chi practitioner Lee Holden, and incredible musician Yuval Ron, and much, much more. And then March 6th, I'm really excited about Feminine Leadership Changing Our World. We are going to highlight the women that are actually doing it right now. Jean Houston's going to be with us, Claire Zamet, Kaya Ra. Jennifer Barazon is going to be one of our musicians, and our Sacred Masculine is going to be Andrew Harvey. March 13th is going to be a very special show, Understanding and Communicating with Our Animal Family, because a lot of us have gotten so close to our animals and they're part of the whole transition that's happening on the planet now. This is also going to be sponsored by Light Touch. March 20th, we always honor the sacred portals. We are going to be activating together the Spring Equinox Portal. And March 27th, one of our more popular shows that we do is Indigenous Wisdom, and we're going to do another show on Indigenous Wisdom sponsored by Light Touch. So if you are in the broadcast one of our broadcast partners or on Facebook, I invite you to sign up and join us in Zoom for our winter season. And also we have a link that you can pay it forward with, meaning you can sign up a friend or a beloved who you think would like to be a part of this show. So I'm going to put those links in the chat room, the pay it forward link where you can give it away as a gift. And also, as we mentioned before, we have a survey because the money that you're donating to us tonight is going to go towards the new season, which is our springtime here, April through June. And we'd love to have your feedback on the topics, the speakers, anything you'd like to share with us. So I'll be putting those links in the chat room for our survey as well. And all this information you can always find in the email that we send out on Monday, which has the replay email on it and a lot of links that we share during the show. So watch for that, and you can get on our email list by registering, and you'll stay in touch.
Thank you, Deborah. I was reviewing the chats while she was talking, and everyone's like, we want to keep going, extend the show, we want more. So I appreciate that. I just see that the majority of our friends are still with us. Hey, you know, Jay Mayer creates some really fun videos, and he created one specifically for tonight. And he wrote the music and made the video. So let's see Jay's reflection on making contact.
Father Sun, Grandmother Moon, Star Nation coming through. To you we go soon. Returning to the one. Love is the key. It's not a fantasy. Love's for you and me. Love's reality. You got to fly like an eagle, fly across the sky. Got to fly like an eagle till the end of time. Till the end of time.
And I've put the spotlight on you, Jay, for a moment. Thank you for that fun video and all that you do to provide support for Saturday Night Live. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And now to introduce our next speaker, I'm turning it back over to our co-host, Ellen.
Thank you, Scott. You know, that's what I love about this program. One week it's ETs, and next week it's Tantra. It's like you go from the outer to the inner. You do the whole scope, you know? So I'm very happy that this has been like a journey, you know? I feel like I've been here for years, like going out in space and these deep conversations. I feel like everyone who stayed with us has been with us in some kind of global transformation. And the person who I feel who puts a lot of this together is Grant Cameron. I mean, he said in his pre-show, pre-game chat that he was a real hardcore nuts and bolts guy who was just interested in phenomena. And then he had this awakening. It's like, no, it's nothing like you think it is. It's all about consciousness. And when he got into that level, he was a big investigator into all the US presidents and their relationships to UFOs. But when he got into that level, he said, you know, this is the Super Bowl of all events, and the Super Bowl's tomorrow, but this is the Super Bowl of all events, all possible UFO activities of the human experience is meeting the other and expanding consciousness to know that we are part of a cosmic community. So Grant, thanks for being here. I'm curious, what did you think of Jimmy and Mark's thing? And then also go into where we're at in the whole movement of awakening and your books, you know, the contact modalities. But I'm just curious, can you answer just to respond to like Mark and Jimmy's thing? Wait, unmute yourself. Yeah. Unmute. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I had their material in my contact modality book, but they were still top secret. And I didn't have too many details, but I knew they were doing this. And so I'm very impressed with their work. And in terms of the contact that you're talking about tonight,
yeah,
I just want to go through a list because we had the thing with the radio, and I've been in this, as I always say, I've been in this since before Jesus was a carpenter. And I'm just going to go through some of the better contact experiences that I've had in the 46 years that I've done this. And as I mentioned many times, I had a sighting in 75, really didn't go anywhere. But my father was a pilot for the Canadian government, and there was a guy in his office wanted to tell me about a sighting, whatever. He said, you know, if you really want to know what's going on with UFOs, you should talk to the people that were running the Canadian government UFO program, Flying Saucer program in the 1950s. And I said, really? They were working on it? And he said, yeah, the guy's name was Wilbert Smith. He was the smartest engineer I ever met in my life. And he was totally crazy. He was talking to aliens and they were landing in his backyard. And I said, they were what? So I raced to Ottawa and I talked to Wilbur Smith, had died by then. And I talked to his wife. Now, we just did the thing with the radios. Wilbur Smith was also doing radios. He was the chief radio engineer for the Canadian government in 1950. He also ran what was called Radio Ottawa, which was basically the NSA of Canada. He had they were picking off Russian communications. It was a top secret place outside of Ottawa. And he was basically talking to an alien by the name of Alpha. And the other one he was talking to was an alien by the name of Tyla. And Tyla was the garbage collector. He called him the garbage collector. He was running around the earth, cleaning up the nuclear fallout from all the nuclear testing that was being done. And so he was doing this contact thing. He was a contactee in the 1950s. We never made it public because now contactees experiences are a dime a dozen. In the 1950s, even in the 1970s, when I was started, you did not say you were talking to aliens. So we kept it kind of secret. There was actually a story told to me by his wife. And this, Paula Hellyer actually mentioned this in a speech in 67, that they were actually going to land Alpha at an Air Force, at an Army, top secret Army base at Suffield, Alberta in 1954. Paul Hellyer confirms this in a speech. And they couldn't get a guarantee from the government they would allow it to take off once it landed. So Wilbur called the whole thing off. The other thing they were using, I asked him, how was this contact taking place? They said he would put a pad beside his bed. He'd wake up in the morning, all the stuff would be there. Alpha says this, Alpha says that. They were working on gravity control. and they had a radio, a telex operator, a blind telex operator, who was giving them messages as well. And then they had a woman by the name of Frances Swan, who is now sort of becoming famous. She lived down the street from Betty and Barney Hill. She was a contactee and experiencer in Maine, who actually was getting messages for the Canadians from AFA. She was also in contact with AFA. And the interesting thing about that is she taught a Navy intelligence officer in 1959 how to make the contact with AFA. And he went racing back to the Central Intelligence Agency. And if you look at, there's a documentary on the internet called UFOs That Has Begun. You will see Robert Friend tell the story of what happened in the National Photographic Interpretation Center, where they analyzed all the U2, all the SR-71 photographs. And the guy who was running the channeling session was the guy who briefed President Johnson Kennedy on the Cuban Missile Crisis. He was the photographic expert. And they went in there and they actually got in contact with AFA through this automatic writing and verbal channeling. And if you look at the documentary, you'll see that the UFO actually flew by the window. They asked it to show, and it flew by the window. And this is told by the head of Blue Book, tells the story on this documentary. So there was a lot of contact taking place in the early days. There's a thing, the Meyer sisters, Chicago radio station had a thing on contact. They said, let's have a contact. The alien should contact us. Two women who were known as the Meyer sisters picked up a message that the CIA got really interested in, and they impersonated an Air Force officer and went in and got the tape that they had gotten, these two women had gotten, and they actually got caught. They had to admit later on that they were actually CIA officers. The other ones that I was very interested in is the Holloman Air Force Base story, which, whatever you want to think, is an actual story. And it is true. They knew this craft was coming in. They knew exactly where it was. They had all sorts of cameras set up. And it later became Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Bob Emenegger, the documentary producer, told me that he had given a copy to Steven Spielberg. And after it was over, and Steven Spielberg's mother came up to him and said, Bob, I've seen your version of the landing. I've seen Stephen's version of the landing, and I like Stephen's version better. So the Holloman story is of 1971, Holloman Air Force Base, a UFO, 3 UFOs are there, 1 lands. There's an interaction between the government, between the military people. Jacques Vallée talks about a rumor about people being flown in there from Washington. So you have that. Some of the other interesting contacts I've always looked at was the whole thing with the metallic voices. Uri Geller had, Jack Sarfati had. There's a woman by the name of Christina Engelhardt who actually had the affair with Woody Allen when she was very young and was with Fellini for many years. She had piles of these, and Fellini had these messages, and they were from beings, and they were metallic voice messages, which the CIA was very interested in. The other one that's in that line is beings have used phone calls. Stan Romanek had a very famous story where he had these Audrey phone calls coming in. And a lot of people don't believe Stan Romanek, but most people don't really realize there wasn't just Stan Romanek was getting the Audrey phone calls. And this was a woman voice that's actually like a phone voice that you can actually buy this voice. And it would give these messages. There was a pile of people getting these messages, and everybody kept quiet because they didn't want to get dragged into this thing. They told me these stories of these contacts, and there was actually a big businessman out of New Jersey who was actually backing Stan Romanek, who actually was going to write a book. He had 2 cell phones in his pocket, and he's told this story. We actually interviewed him just recently, where he'd have 2 cell phones in his pocket, and the one was his business cell phone, and the other one was the Audrey call. And he said when he would know when Audrey was going to call. And he had, I think there was 80 some messages. They were actually going to write a book on this. And then he decided not to write a book. So you get this thing where they're using telephones like that. In 2012, I had the awakening experience where they said, Grant, wake up, it's showtime. And this is where my life completely shifted. In 2013, I had my first encounter with a person, I've got 50 of them now, who's flown the craft. If you look at the Wilson leak document that's been leaked out around about what the government has, in the Wilson leak document, it says we have a craft, they have an intact craft that they believe can fly. The reason they can't fly it is because it requires a consciousness interface. And all the 50 people that I've talked to say you put your hand on a panel and you become one with the craft is alive, and whatever you think is what the craft does. One of the people that did fly the craft was Chris Bledsoe. I had a very bizarre experience with him. There may be a movie done on him. He's a famous contactee out of North Carolina, that all sorts of intelligence people, all sorts of military people are watching him because he has this contact. They're trying to figure out why does he have this contact. In 2014, I had my own contact through him. He phoned me up after this bizarre experience at his house. And so I knew he was the real deal. He phoned me up and he said, I've got a message from the Guardians. The Guardians are the beings that he deals with. I said, okay, so what's the message? He said, well, the message is that they want you to know the messages in the music. I said, well, I'm not interested in music, Chris. You're talking to the wrong guy. And he said, well, you should listen to Kashmir by Led Zeppelin. I said, whatever, Chris. It just doesn't interest me. And then this is how they drag you in. He said, oh, and the other one you should listen to is the song called After the Gold Rush by Neil Young. I said, Neil Young? Are you kidding? Neil Young's involved in this? And he said, yeah. I live in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, which I make the joke. It's the one city in Canada that nobody even wants to visit. And Neil Young grew up here. So I got involved and it became a book called Tuned In, the Paranormal World of Music. And it deals with all sorts of UFO experiencers who are musicians and stuff like that. So I did that. And then the next experience I had, the contact experience, was, and I knew now to listen to any messages that come from aliens. I got dragged in the Mission Rama thing. They were going to do a movie on it. They wanted to use my story as part of the Mission Rama movie. The Mission Rama is this sort of like C5 on steroids group started in Peru. They have these contacts. These Zendras open sometimes. They have, and so I got dragged into going to Mount Shasta to one of these events, and I didn't want to go. And so I get dragged into this, and we're going. My assistant Desta, we're on the phone and going across Nevada, and suddenly the phone rings, and Desta says, there's a message from Antarel. I said, really? There's a message from Antarel? And that's the alien that's going to be at the mountain. I said, okay, what's he saying? He wants you to put this on Facebook, and he knows you're coming and all this kind of stuff. And I go, wow. So we went to the Rama event there. I ended up writing 2 books on Mission Rama, on their contact. And this bizarre thing, how when I went there, they said 9:33, there was 2 people who got messages. 9:33 would happen. At 9:33, this thing started flashing right over my head. I was totally floored. I couldn't believe it. Some of the other contacts I can tell you, Tyler D, I've met the famous Tyler D, who's the top NASA guy. And Tyler D has a protocol. If you know, Whitley Strieber has a protocol, this sensing protocol. Tyler D has a protocol. He sleeps for 8 hours. He gets up. He then goes back to sleep for an hour. It's very important. He never drinks coffee. He never drinks. He never smokes. He gets up. He gets a tall glass of water. He lives in Florida. He goes and sits on the deck. He starts drinking the glass of water, and he starts talking to the intelligence. He's had 40 inventions, all medical inventions that have been given to him by the beings. So he's a very famous guy. If you read the book American Cosmic, he's the main focus of the thing. He told me the story about his event where he had the first big thing that they put on the space shuttle that he got from the beings. He said, Grant, I'll tell you what, the morning I woke with that idea in my head, the last thing I remember the night before was a hooded figure standing at the end of the bed. This is the top NASA guy. And I said, a hooded figure? Could you see its face? He said, no, I couldn't see its face. Anyway, so that's Tyler D. The other one that if you're familiar with this whole TTSA thing and all this sort of stuff, Kit Green is part of a group. There's 8 people working for the Department of Defense who are interacting with experiences. They're doing the brain scan, they're doing the DNA, all that kind of stuff. And they actually were using, at one point, there's a tape leaked out. They were talking to an intuitive, and she was talking about a portal off the coast of California. Most fascinating tape. I'm going to put it on my YouTube channel. So you can see that a lot of the government people are trying to make contact, and a lot of them are experiencers. Jim Semivan, who is the co-director of To the Stars, is an experiencer. He had the beings in his room. Gary Nolan from Stanford University, who's doing the DNA stuff, he's an experiencer. And you see that the beings are interacting indirectly through these government. They've got their own operatives inside the government. I've also dealt a lot with experiencers. And what I do with experiencers is I always tell them, have you written this down? Have you put this down? My assistant Desta Barnaby and I try to encourage these people, and we try to help them to show them how to write a book, how to do it, and in some ways, as much as we can, to help them do it. We've got a lot of experiencers. We put them on our YouTube channel, and we think that they have to tell a message. You're here. You're on a message, on a mission. You've been given this. You should put it down even for your kids. So I work with a lot with experiencers, and we've published a lot of experiencer books. And then finally, I'll mention my own contacts. It started in 2012. I had the one in 2017. I use this walking protocol, and I use another protocol. And what I do is I actually you'll see sometimes I'll post, usually Saturday night, because that's when I do the contact. And what I'm dealing with is not, it seems to be a higher level. It's not a being, it's a force. It's some sort of thing. And what I do is I go in and I say, I have no questions. I just say, I'm here for a lesson. Tell me what to do. The first book is finished. First book is 16 chapters, 16 sessions that I did. I tell exactly what it does. I try to tape the whole thing, what I'm told. The second book is what you referred to at the beginning. The second book, the first chapter is already done, and it's going to be called the Super Bowl. And I always remind people that's what this is about. You and I, and when I have these experiences, I always come out with the feeling that I am the luckiest person to ever walk the earth. That's what they leave me with when I leave. And I said, man, if they could bottle this stuff, you could make millions of dollars, because it is unbelievable feeling. I'm the luckiest guy. I am gratitude, unbelievable. And so the second book is called The Super Bowl. And that's what I always remind people, that you are in this, I am in this, we are in the middle of this thing. And you got to realize, if you know what's going on and you know what's exactly happening, most people are living lives of quiet desperation, walking around, don't know what's going on. You and I know what's going on. We are in the Super Bowl of all stories, and you should realize you're in the Super Bowl of all stories and take it seriously and do what you can. Because we come into the world, if reincarnation is a fact, we come into the world to do something. And all we got to do is worry about, what are we supposed to do? Don't worry about what everybody else is doing. Don't worry about what the government's doing. What am I supposed to be doing? Because when you leave the earth, I believe they only ask you one question: how did it work out? Because you set up the players, I set up the players. We are just here to do what we can. We are in the Super Bowl, and we should respect what we're in and share what we have, because we have the knowledge that will save the world.
Wow. Beautiful.
Thank you so much, Grant. Thank you. And
thank you, Grant. Wow. Hey, Scott, I just got a message from Whitley. He just had a sort of contact experience. Could he share something about this? Just a minute or so.
Yeah, let me just briefly, since I want to wrap up Grant by acknowledging his YouTube channel, and then we'll go to Whitley. So, obviously with all of these speakers, there's so much more. And so Grant has a YouTube channel. It's Grant Cameron White House UFO. And there's a lot of his interviews and videos. A lot of really, really good stuff there. So definitely check it out. Also, Grant has written quite a few books. And so, check out his books that he's written. He's written, oh my gosh, UFOs and MJ-12, Area 51, Managing Magic, the Alien Bedtime Storybook, the Paranormal World of Creativity, and Contact Modalities. So there's a lot there. Thank you so much, Grant. And I know I'm going to be seeing you next Friday night. You're our special guest on Straight Talk, our adjunct show. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you then.
Thanks, Grant.
Adam is next. And
okay.
I'm checking with you, Adam. Adam, are you okay with having Whitley share his experience first before you come on?
Sure, Willie. Go ahead. Bring it on.
Unmute yourself, Whitley.
Thank you, Adam. All right. Whitley, you're up.
Okay, this is first of all, it's a phenomenal show. The energy here is incredible. What happened was this. A few minutes ago, I'm not at my home and my surveillance system is on, and something happened there, specifically an indication of the presence of my wife. This comes in the form of a white moth that will appear briefly from time to time. The last time it appeared, it was about 5 or 6 months ago. And my book on Afterlife Revolution explains the whole thing. I just want Alan, he has the video, if he can, to show the video that just happened.
This is your bedroom, and here
that's my bedroom.
Okay, and it only shows up on occasion, right? Okay, here we go.
It's 3 or 4 months.
There it is.
Wow. Play it one more time, please.
It will just disappear, and it will not appear again tonight. And there's no question in my mind. And if you read Afterlife Revolution, you would understand why I say this. This is a sign that my wife is aware of what we're doing. That's why it goes right in front of the camera and nowhere else.
Amazing.
So what fabulous energy. And now, Adam, I can hardly wait to hear what you got to say.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Whitley. That was really I've got tears in my eyes. So thank you. Wow.
Thank you. Yeah.
We started at the beginning of the show talking about the different generations, and Adam really does represent the next generation of leadership. His insights on global transitions, physics, technology, human spirituality. He really is the next generation leadership ambassador at the White House. He's done multiple nexus and summits at the United Nations, conferences, festivals all over the world. He's a co-founder of the Unify Movement and 2 different education and technology-based companies, Access Granted and Superluminal Systems. He's an active faculty member, author, and the lead systems architect for several international online academies, including the Resonance Academy for Unified Physics and the Guardian Alliance Academy for Self-Mastery, with over 45,000 active students of all ages from all over the world. He's been featured on Gaia TV, Coast to Coast, feature films, and more. Most of all, Adam is a really cool guy who's dedicated to achieving a sustainable and thriving interplanetary culture. Adam, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much, Scott. I am so glad we paused to hear from Whitley there for a moment, because I don't often talk about this, but the formative event in my life that led me to my self-realization, self-discovery, awakening, and later contact experiences was actually losing my stepmother in a car accident. And she had dedicated her life to teach people about divine love. She'd just go to Goodwill and buy up all the blankets they had and walk around and give them to homeless people. And I didn't understand her way of life, walking around barefoot and praying for people all the time, waking us up with songs to God. I didn't get it at the time until I went to India for the first time with my mom and ended up at this spiritual retreat center. And on my way home from that trip to India, my stepmother, along with my stepbrother's fiance, died in a car accident.
Wow.
And this is when I was 10 years old. And it injected this massive question mark into everything that I believed, everything that I held dear. And that question kept building and getting stronger and eating away at me more and more until I was about 15, when I, through a series of little playful experiments, discovered I had a human energy body. And this discovery opened up a whole new world for me. Suddenly I realized there was this unspoken about, apparently intangible, and yet completely surrounding us, completely submerging us in its field, a field which connects all of us, connects everything. And it blew open my heart, and I had experiences of myself and all beings as part of this infinite, eternal communion of oneness. And through that experience, I began to download sacred geometry and harmonics information, the pentagram, hexagram, heptagram, dodecagram, and so on and so forth. And I built this whole model of my self-realization as something that I called the unified harmonic matrix, an experience that the universe itself is fractal and holographic, and that everything that is inside of our bodies, as well as apparently outside, but it's inside of each of us. And what I didn't know at that time was that I was tapping into a codex of light language, a pre-existing means of communication that is ever present throughout the universe, and that all beings can tap into, and that in fact all beings have energetic vehicles which plug into different aspects of this communications network which spans the universe itself. So for me, I wanted to understand that. And, like Elizabeth, after these experiences, I dove into physics. And for me, it was looking at quantum gravity physics and bridging the big work of the stars and galaxies and Einstein's work with quantum mechanics, and exploring deeper and deeper and deeper into that. to formulate my own theorems about the nature of space-time, the nature of biology, the nature of embodiment, and really sought out on a journey to discover who I am, who are we, why are we here? And this ended up leading me into a bunch of past life experiences and integration through healing a lot of karmas and sanskaras over many, many years. And around 2001, I met Stephen Greer in Asheville. He came to speak, and it was his hometown, and I was living there at the time in North Carolina. And I knew from hearing him that there was a piece that I had been missing. And there was these moments when I'd seen starships younger as a child, but hearing Stephen speak and hearing his vision and his clarity about these different civilizations and seeing all of these talks of people doing disclosure, I became increasingly fascinated with this, especially as I began working with indigenous elders and youth and finding that in the Lakota tribes, in the Wasatch tribes, in the Hopi, in the Great Lakes tribes, all of them had these stories of star nations as being part of their origins. And I started to realize that this story is much, much bigger. This is an ancient story that we're actually coming into touch with, and still had no really powerful direct contact experience until 2005. And I was out in the middle of the desert, and I went through a very, very powerful healing experience. And I had a physical extraterrestrial being visit me in the middle of the desert. And when I met this being and she spoke to me telepathically by coming within range of my energetic field, it was the most powerful blast of communications I've ever experienced in my mind. It was like somebody dropped a VR headset on my head with full visual and audio. And all she said to me was, "I know who you are." But it was a ripple of memories and visions and space and time going back and back and back. And that then led me to basically unlocking an astral field around myself to bilocate and began meeting beings from all over the galaxy. And as a scientist, I can tell you, if I could have like tried to describe that before it happened, I would have absolutely no means and no language to do so. And after it happened, it took me years and years of proving to myself the depth of how it happened by going out and calling in ships and realizing that the very light language codex of the universe itself that I had started downloading to understand our relationship to God, to everything, to the bigness, is the same protocol we need to unite with and connect with this amazing, highly advanced galactic civilization that's all over the place. Now, I'm not saying there's not species out there that are still traumatized and wounded, still acting out of those traumas, and perhaps have participated in this earth in pretty rough ways over the millennia. And we've certainly seen species study life and beings here on this planet. But I can tell you from my first experience that I agree with Whitley, that there's a midwifing into the birth of a galactic species happening on this planet, that we're learning how to grow up from our adolescence. And as we do so, more and more of the species that see us taking that next step in the journey are showing up to help. They want to align with us. They want to find the bridge to commune with us. They take Jimmy's work reaching out and they say, yes, absolutely, we're going to reach back. We're going to communicate back. And whatever means and mechanism you use, you're going to find a response. And that's, I think, the real key of learning how to open up and make contact, is that if you can just give yourself enough space to trust that it's going to come and that it's going to happen, I guarantee you it will, because I wanted to know so bad as a scientist, and no one could ever tell me for sure what was true until I went out, opened up enough, and healed myself enough to actually make that connection myself. And once that connection is there, it never goes away. And my mission and vision has been to see if I could bring more and more people to that state. Because it's one thing to go out and call in a ship and people see a ship and they're like, whoa, there's a starship. But it's a different thing when they really deeply from the core engage telepathically, have a conversation, or discover through memory, through dreams, or through this kind of communion that they as souls are actually from those star systems. and they've just been playing here on Earth for a long time. And so in 2012, I founded Unify along with Dill and Patrick to try to synchronize more people through meditation so we could start opening up these gates. And I really feel like a lot of that work is just maturing now, as many of us are getting more educated about the vastness of this situation and taking our education into our own hands, asking the hard questions and facing the mystery with open hearts and great courage. And so I applaud every one of you who is here, every one of you who's listening, every one of you who's taking the steps forward to be the beautiful, amazing, divine beings that you are, and give your gifts to each other so that we can rise together and become a free, sovereign, healthy, sustainable, galactic civilization. Thank you.
You know, Adam, what you everything you said was beautiful, but your last sentence is the vision. So I'm going to ask you to say it again slowly. For all of us, the thousands who are watching, let's really hold that vision as you say it.
Thank you. Let's rise up together to become the peaceful, sustainable, healthy, thriving, blooming, full of love, accountable, truthful, honorable, honest, respectful, galactic civilization of human beings. Thank you.
Aho. I get out the magic wand for that one. Aho. Ashe. Amen. Absolutely. Thank you, Adam. And hey, you guys, there's, Adam has so much wisdom, so much information, and he's got a very easy website to remember. It's his name, adamapollo.com, ADAMAPOLLO.com. And a lot of really good stuff there. So definitely. And boy, I look forward to when we can start traveling together. I'm looking forward to going to Egypt or Peru or both of those places.
Look forward to that too, Scott. Yeah. So they're amazing places. I'll be doing a talk on ancient civilizations coming up at the Conscious Life Expo, speaking about the bridge of ancient cultures with our extraterrestrial past. So if you guys are into that, come and join me for that talk. It'll be the first night, Friday
we'll
night.
be promoting that because we work with the Conscious Life Expo. And you're also going to be actually on my Straight Talk show next month in collaboration with the Zenka, Caro, and her EXO meta universe. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on in the show.
EXO metaverse. Go Zenka.
Thanks a lot, Adam. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, I want to appreciate Gregory and Gail, who have been patiently waiting. And they're friends that have been on our show once before, and they are the creators of Metaforms. And we're going to learn a little bit more about them and what they do, but let me, briefly introduce. Greg Hogue is a scientist, best-selling author, and artist, and he's researched sacred geometry and consciousness for 47 years. I guess he was about 5 or 6 when he started. Following a major spiritual awakening, Kundalini, in 1982, he started creating energetic tools through Metaforms, and they provide transformational tools to foster our own spiritual evolution and the expansion of Source. His land, where he lives in the Colorado Rockies, has numerous energy vortexes and strategically placed geometric forms for the purpose of activating planetary grids. His wife, Gail, is a health consultant, accomplished artist, spiritual advisor, and a businesswoman. Smart move, Greg. Marry a businesswoman. Her study of light, color, and energy and motion in her paintings launched a deep understanding for creative, transformative fields to expand consciousness. My God, she's like an artist, spiritual advisor, consciousness woman, and businesswoman. Very well balanced. Gail developed her intuitive gifts as an artist, healer, and spiritual counselor, and she has assisted many people to embrace life more fully. And she has served as a business consultant, team builder training in corporations. What a pair of remarkably balanced human beings. Thank you. And thanks for being on our show, and thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
This has been an incredible show. It was, before we started our business, a couple years before that, I was in New York with a little box of geometries, and I was interviewed by Alan talking about sacred geometry all those years ago. It's been such a fun journey.
And you look the same. You know that, Gregory?
That's really
a little more
good.
hair back then, but he was carrying that same box of geometries around when I met him. And I was looking at these wonderful geometries with tetrahedrons and saying, oh my gosh, you must know the work of Buckminster Fuller. And he didn't. And so that inspired something to bring us together in that spirit of taking geometry, the resonance, the qualities of geometry, what they bring to humanity, to the planet, to the galaxies, and do something with it for these over 35 years that we've been together.
Wow. And you also have a long history with Adam Apollo, you mentioned.
Well, Adam was across the river from us out here for a while, and I think still in Boulder, but with the pandemic, it's been very hard to see anyone, but
yeah,
it's hopefully we can get together and play again, because there's so many things to play with. And watching Jimmy tonight, it's like when he was broadcasting out on that information page at the bottom, he had a map of the world and a two-dimensional version of this geometry. And that's what we've been working with all these years, our geometries. And we found a way to take three-dimensional geometry and bring that same energy into a two-dimensional analog system. So then we can squish it down and make it a wearable piece that we can bring energies into the body that will allow people to connect more easily to the bigger part of themselves. And that's what we wanted to share a little bit with you tonight about.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, tell us a little bit. I think you got a couple slides to show.
Yeah, I think the first one is just dealing with the aspects of universe where it better operate now. It's been doing it all night.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It was waiting too long.
It sat there. We're stuck with the stars. Let me
there we go.
There we go. Basically, everything in universe is harmonic. That is, when you work with measure, for here, for example, the diameter of the moon, 2,160 miles. It's a harmonic of time. And we've been talking about the age of Aquarius we're moving into. Well, each zodiacal sign is 2,160 years. And that is, again, resonant with space. And the cube of space, that is literally a cube, has 2,160 degrees. And you see these resonant patterns everywhere throughout the universe. And that's what we're working with, is how to bring these into tools that people can work with and interact with, so it expands their resonant field. And so much of what Elizabeth was talking about with gratitude, it's so important. And yet, here's an image of our soul connecting to us through the different bodies, and something that's going on in our world today that makes it so difficult to connect is that we have impediments to this connection of higher self with the electromagnetic pollution, with stress, with negative emotions, with judgments. All the toxins in the environment literally block the flow of that higher energy coming through and block our ability to connect up. And it's important to have a positive attitude, but what we found is that bringing the body into resonance through sacred geometric geometries and antenna systems, we can literally get all of that impediment out of our system and allow us to expand our field and connect on higher levels. And these are some of the tools I'm talking about that are wearable. I mean, certainly we make three-dimensional geometries, but we have pendants and tools for everything from pets and children to adults. And this tool in the middle, the heart companion, has two sides. So that's two sides of one geometry that is capable of moving you through the impediments around you and allowing you to resonate on a higher dimensional level. Beneath that are some of the antenna systems. We have over 35 different antenna systems inside, including a lot of three-dimensional forms that have been, as I said, moved into two-dimensional analogs. And we're working with circuit boards. We have different frequency crystals in there, vapor depositions, all types of antenna systems that are constantly being worked on and added to. And then on our land in Colorado, where we have a couple hundred acres and over 13 vortexes and a connection into the grid system of the planet, that was the image that Jimmy was showing to us tonight with the Icasa dodeca. And through some activating chambers we have, where we have geometries that are spinning, frequencies going through tubes, all types of things to activate these pendants. And what we found is that just measuring what's going on with the body, like with something called the GDV system, we can have a before, where here you see some of the internal organs are into the red zone, which means they're very underactive, not working at all very well. 5 minutes of hanging on to one of these tools, everything comes into the green zone. Wow. And when we measure what's going on, and this is, a scientist was doing this with whole groups of people, and they were finding consistently where people had breaks in their energy field and holes that were allowing energy to escape. When they held on to one of these tools, in 5 minutes, things started coming into alignment. Energy actually started building up stronger than it was before. And so this is what we're talking about with these tools. And again, these are tools to support us in doing whatever it is we're here to do. There's so much going on in technology today that is blocking our flow of energy and impeding our progress. And these are tools to help us leverage our energy. And ultimately, the purpose of all of this is for raising consciousness. Everything that Adam was saying, it's bringing us into that heart space and allowing that love that we are to more easily flow into the world and make a difference from whatever position we're holding.
Well, thank you both. And, when I learned more about what you were doing, I got so excited that we're going to have an entire show just with Greg and Gail going through metaforms. It's going to be on Sunday, February 28th. No, I'm sorry. You're on Sunday, February 28th.
Yep.
It's going to be really wonderful. It's going to be my Sacred Sunday show, 10 o'clock in the morning Pacific time, 11 o'clock Mountain on Sunday, February 28th. And we'll do some promotion for it, including the night before on Saturday Night Live. We'll present a little bit about it then too. Gregory, Gail, thank you so much for your contribution to our world.
Thank you.
Both of you. Thank you.
Really, thank you. And to everyone here, it's been wonderful.
It's been such an enjoyable evening. Everyone is coming from a space of such consciousness and wanting to make a difference. It's not about, as Whitley was saying, it's not about them. It's about us birthing and supporting each other in that process through just playing the game as clearly and openly and lovingly as we are able.
Beautifully said. Thank you, Gregory. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think it's time for some music, and take us in that direction. Here's Deborah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. What a beautiful show. Definitely, this is raising consciousness all over. Everyone's on the same page and raising our vibration. And another way we can go another step higher is with music and Larisa Stowe. Her music is such a beautiful, heartfelt, spirit-felt transmission. So here we go.
Thank you, Deborah, for that beautiful introduction.
Let's just all take a moment and acknowledge that we all are divine love in human form, in consciousness, rising. So grateful for everyone here tonight. And Larisa Stowe's website is her name, Larisastow, Larisa Stowe. And you can find out about music and all the different things. You listen to her album, There Is a Light That Will Remain. So definitely go to larisastowe.com. But just make sure you come watch Saturday Night Live frequently, because we sure would like to have her as often as we can. And Benj, thank you, Benj. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, everyone. I don't think I've ever gotten a frog in my throat like that when I was singing tonight. I was like, so speaking of vulnerability, going live here, I just want to thank you all, for your deep presence tonight and all those beautiful, incredible shares.
Fascinating shares.
And thanks to Benj, as you say, who's always here supporting me all the time.
Yeah. Everybody needs a Benj. I want you're in good company. I didn't notice about your voice, by the way. But when Tommy Lasorda first hired to manage the Dodgers, he brought his friend Frank Sinatra in to sing the national anthem on opening day. And I was there with my dad. And in front of 50,000 fans at Dodger Stadium, Frank Sinatra's voice cracked. And he croaked in front of everybody, because it's actually a hard song to sing, apparently, the national anthem. So even Frank Sinatra has his moments. So anyway, thank you both very much. In my enthusiasm to go on to Larisa, I forgot to go to Gregory and Gail's website, and they've got a really cool website with a lot of really important things. So, and I love the name of their website, iConnectToAll.com. So I'm going to spell it to you because it's kind of unique. It's the letter I, the word connect, the number 2, and then the word all, iConnectToAll.com. And that's where you can find out all about their sacred geometry. You can find out about their products. Of course, we'd love for you to buy some of them or check them out. So definitely go to iConnectToAll.com. There's a lot happening there for you. And again, thank you, Gregory and Gail, for being with us. And I need to look at the agenda to see what's next. It's time for some magic.
Yes.
And to introduce our magician, I'm turning over to our co-host, Ellen Steinfeld.
This has been an incredible, Scott, I started on Zoom at 12 New York time this afternoon with another conference I was hosting, and it's 12:19 here in New York. This is 12 hours. I'm usually in bed at 10 o'clock, and I don't know if it's the energy, the people, the subject. Grant's right. This is the most exciting thing that could happen to all of us. We all woke up to this new reality all at once. So I'm very happy that one of the few magicians that really understands what we're doing, maybe he's disappeared. I don't know. Are you there, Justin? But understands, speaks our language, has probably had some experiences himself. When I first met him, my friend said, I met this blind magician on the subway. I said, blind magician, that's ridiculous, but there he was. We became friends. I hang out with him in Washington Square Park, passed the hat around for him. I think I was even with him on a subway a couple of times. So Justin, are you there with us?
Hi, I'm there.
Are you disappeared?
No, I'm there. I'm sorry. My camera battery, I guess, died.
No, it's
not.
We're seeing...
sorry, it's just a wire.
Oh, okay.
My apologies.
Not only is he blind, he's invisible. But No, he's a great magician. There he is. There he is.
Sorry
Okay,
about
go ahead. Thanks for being here, Justin. Good to see you again.
Thank you. I've been keeping my camera off for most of the show because we had a little hiccup last time you had me on where the battery almost died. But I've been here and it's been an incredible show. So thank you so much for everyone.
Okay.
Today I asked for Larisa's help. And so if we can get Larisa split screen with me. Hey, guys. And hey, Larisa.
But you said everyone can play along too, Justin?
Yes. Yes. So what I'd like to mention is that anyone who has a deck of cards at home, it doesn't matter if it's a regular deck of playing cards like I have here, or if it's a tarot deck or an Uno deck or something. If you're able to grab that or you have one handy, you could follow along. We're going to try to create a moment of mass magic, if you will. We're going to see what happens when we join minds, when we join an intention. We could see if we can create that kind of manifest a miracle on a mass scale. So we already had Larisa get a deck of cards earlier. What kind of deck do you have there, Larisa? Is that a normal playing card?
Muted.
Yeah, given to us.
Beautiful.
From some family members.
Beautiful. So if you don't mind, just tilt your camera down to the surface so we could see what you do. And what I'd like everyone to do is to follow along with Larisa and I, okay? We're all going to do this at home together. So first off, Larisa, what I'd like you to do, I've set this up for myself ready. I'd like you to find the 4 aces in the deck and just take them out and place them out in front of you. And everyone else can do this. Everyone else can follow along. Excellent. Now there's a phenomenon in science called entanglement. It's a phenomenon where 2 or more particles seem to behave as if they're one particle. So imagine if we could all do that. Imagine if we could all as humanity behave as one particle, unified in unified intention and unified purpose. What can we create? And that's what we're going to try to do here. Beautiful. You have the 4 aces. Now what I'd like you to do is just deal out 16 random cards. It doesn't matter what they are. You can just deal them out right here. Just count off 16 cards. Fabulous. It's perfect. And you have those 16 cards face down?
Yes.
Great. Let's all do this. We're going to try to create a little bit of a moment of chaos. You could take this perhaps as a symbolic thing that we're doing. Perhaps this represents some of the not so desirable conditions on our planet and in our state, but let's just try to kind of create that metaphorical here. And we're going to get started by doing this. Take each ace and place it face up into a random spot in that pile of 16 cards.
Okay.
Face up into a random spot.
Face up.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, if you could just make that visible so we can see, because it's a little out of frame there for you.
There we go.
Yep, perfect. Face up into 4 random spots in the 16 card pile. It's perfect. So now you have a card of a pile of 20 cards. Is that correct?
I should.
You should, right? So go ahead and square that up.
Okay.
Great. We're now going to split this pile in half. The way we're going to do that is very simple. Since there's a total of 20 cards, what I'd like you to do is just count off 10 cards like so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Put the other pile next to that pile. Okay. And you get to make all the decisions here, Larisa. Which one of these piles would you like to flip over?
How about the one that I'm touching right now?
Okay, so go ahead and flip that pile over. Everyone else do the same. We're now going to interlace the piles. You see mine look a little different because I have that face-up ace on top of my other pile. But don't worry about that. What we're going to do is interlace them. We're going to shuffle them in a perfect way. The way we're going to do that, take the top card from the left pile and just put it, I guess you could put it to the right because you don't have that much space so we could see it, but just put it to the right of that other pile.
Okay.
Or in the middle. That's perfect. Great. That's great. And now take the top card from the right pile and put it right on top of that other card. Face down, just like it is. Great. And now keep doing that. Left going on top, right? You can see that you're mixing face up into face down.
Left, right.
Yeah, perfect. And everyone else do the same. And you see you're creating like this mess because it's not perfect. It's kind of chaotic because you have those 4 aces kind of throwing you off the order. And it's going face up into face down. You can see it's a mess.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. It's a beautiful mess.
A beautiful mess.
Perhaps that's what we are, who knows? Beautiful. Go ahead and square that up. Now, just to further the mess, just to make it really chaotic, pick up the pile and start. I'm going to ask you to do this. You're going to deal 4 hands of poker. This is actually much simpler than it might sound. This is all you have to do. You go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 until you deal all the cards out.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you see those? Let's see.
Yep.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Perfect. Now, you decide, counting from left to right, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you want to pick up the odd piles or the even piles?
I feel like you're saying, let's see, this would be odd, right?
Yeah, 1 and 3 would be odd, yeah.
Okay.
Counting from left to right, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Counting from my left to right.
Yes, yes.
So these, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I guess that I would love to pick up the 2 and the 4.
Okay, so go ahead and pick up the second pile and the fourth pile. Put one on top of the other. Doesn't matter which one goes on top.
Okay.
Great. And do the same with the odd piles now. Pick them up and put one on top of the other. Doesn't matter. Great. So now we're left with a similar situation as when we began. Again, you decide which one of these piles would you like to flip over?
You know, I want to flip this one over, probably because
Okay, great, great. Go ahead and flip that pile over.
Okay.
Everyone do the same. And now, the final piece, just riffle those cards together like so, to the best of your abilities. Doesn't have to be pretty. Great. Great, and push that together. And just everyone place their hands on top of that pile. Beautiful. So I'm going to cut mine just so that's kind of not in the way. We have an interesting situation, a mess. Would you not say?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Now, it is my personal belief, just to kind of connect us to tonight's show, that there are many other civilizations in the physical universe, many of them going through the same evolutionary process as we are. And perhaps some are further along than us, that is my belief as well, and perhaps they're here to help. And one way we could feel, and I know many of our speakers have felt this, I have felt this as well, one of the ways we can feel that help is simply by intending to, is simply by opening ourselves up to feeling the presence of these entities. And it is my personal belief that some of these entities have evolved to a place where they could simply feel that intention within their own being. They could feel that in their bodies. Just the very fact that we're sending that intention to connect to them, they could just feel it. Their physiology is almost like a very, I suppose, well-tuned receiver. And that we certainly can, get there as well, and we can experience certain levels of that even in our humanity. And right now, I invite everyone to experience that with me by placing all of the attention they can gently, not with any like struggle or force, but place all the attention slowly and gently to the palms of your hands, the palms that are cupping this deck of cards. These are the palms of love. This is your gentle embrace, embracing the chaos. This is your presence. You're bringing your presence, your love, your generosity to the chaos of this world. And if you're sensitive enough, you will feel the vibration. Keep your hands there, but you see what happened on my end is suddenly the disorder, the chaos has ordered itself. All the cards have fixed themselves except for those 4 aces we initially started with. Of course, that's on my end. If you were sensitive enough, this should have happened for you as well. Can you go ahead and lift your hands up?
Okay.
Turn the deck over because I think you have it the other way around. Yeah, turn it over and spread those cards out for me on the table.
Okay.
And everyone else spread them out too.
Oh my God.
What?
And that is the power of unified intention.
What?
And the power of your presence. Love, and care.
What the heck? What?
And if anyone else did this at home, I hope it worked for you as well.
Yeah, I did this, and all I have showing up is 4 aces.
4 aces. It's beautiful.
Wow.
Thank you, Larissa. Thank you so much. And thank you, Scott and Alan and everyone for having me again.
Oh my God.
Wonderful program.
Thanks, Justin.
Oh, well, I listen, we want more of him, I'm sure. So I'm going to show a couple things for Justin. That is amazing. Really, I had no idea this was not preset. I don't know how he did that, but it happened for me and for Larissa also. So, okay, his website is Just N Site, JUST, the letter N, site, magic.com.
Oops, I'm sorry. That must have been a typo on my end. It is just Justin. The I is missing.
Oh,
that's funny. I'm legally blind and the I is missing. Figures, right? But yeah, that's it.
All right, so it's still good to know. JustinSiteMagic.com.
Yeah.
So, and I'm going to show one other promo that he
When
sent
a blind guy makes his own promotional flyers.
Well, you love it.
Yeah.
It's magic. You made the eye disappear.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's here on this one, it's correct. JustinSiteMagic.com. And you can contact him. He's got all sorts of really cool stuff going on. This is the second time he's been on our show. I sure hope it's not going to be the last, Justin. I really enjoy
Thank
what you do.
Thank you. I'd just like to mention real quick, I'm doing a series of public shows that anyone can tune into next week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday via Zoom. Anyone can tune into them. They can donate if they would like. And the link to that is going to be on my website. If they go on it tomorrow, they could join in. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Larisa, for sticking around. That was outrageous, wasn't it? You're muted, Larisa.
I muted myself. But yeah, that was pretty phenomenal.
And there's a bunch of people that are texting in the chat that did it, and they're blown away too.
Good, good. Well, come to my show on Monday.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you both.
Right.
What a night, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Not over. It's
no, it's not
going.
over. No, we're just getting started. We're just getting warmed up. All of this is a warm up for Mark's CE6 and what Zenka's got going on. We still got Mark and we got Zenka, and we've got the Global Peace Tribe Recommends coming up. So I'm going to start us off. For any of you who missed it, just a reminder that on February 9th, we're going to be doing this really special video. Listen to me. I'm getting punch drunk. We're going to be doing a very special show, 2 hours of Jimmy and Mark. Everything you've always wanted to ask Jimmy and Mark after tonight, you will be able to ask as best as possible. There are already a lot of really good questions. And you know what? Go ahead. Seriously, send me your questions. You can send them to me at lovecoachscottkatamas@gmail.com. I'll put that into the chat box. lovecoachscottkatamas@gmail.com. And I'll kind of go through these questions with Mark and or Jimmy prior to the show. And we really will do our best. And Mark, during the show, you're going to really help people, because a lot of people said, hey, show me how to build it and I'll do it. Show me how to do it. So that's going to happen. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're going to take everybody through the full process. We're going to tell you what you would need to buy. I have just purchased and received this radio. It's one of many that I have here on my counter. They're all turned on. They're all tuned into the same radio frequency. And they've not made a peep all evening. And later, I might try a little experiment right while we're doing our CE6, but I'm going to share, and Jimmy's going to share with everyone how we do this. And Zenka is going to be coming up shortly. And I have the pleasure of introducing her to this contact modality, and it blew her away because we did it over Zoom. She's in Sedona, I'm in California. And she got the radios. She had two of them on her desk, and we did it together, and it worked right away.
Wow. Well, we're excited. All right, we've got a few more Global Peace Tribe recommends, and to share the next one, I'm going to turn it over to my partner Deborah.
Thank you, Scott. And I want to honor Alan Steinfeld because he's just published a book that's all about what this show is about tonight with a lot of some of the presenters here. It's called Making Contact, Preparing for the New Realities of Extraterrestrial Existence. And it has multiple perspectives about UFOs that cannot be denied. Alan, do you want to share more about your book?
Yes, thank you. Well, some of the keynote speakers here are contributors to that book. So it's Linda Moulton Howe, Whitley Grant. It's a multi-faceted perspective because no one person has the truth. Linda keeps saying it's such a complex jigsaw puzzle. So I decided to invite the best researchers in the field to go like from the outer realms to the inner realms. So we start off with Nick Pope, who is the Assistant Minister of Defense for the UK, investigation into UFOs. He talks about the hardware. And then Grant talks more about, Grant says, he's the second essay, he says it's never an accident when you see a UFO. If you've seen a UFO, you were meant to see that. So he goes a little deeper into the phenomena. And then I have my friends JJ and Desiree Hertog, who analyze the multidimensional technologies behind it. And then Linda's beautiful essay, which is a very personal story of her meetings with DIA and her own childhood experience. Thank you, Linda, for that. And then I have a section from John Mack. Everyone knows who John Mack was. He was the Harvard psychiatrist who really okayed, he said these people weren't crazy. He's no longer with us, but I asked his estate to give me one of his unpublished essays, and they did. And so this is the first time something by John Mack has been published in, I don't know, 20, wherever, I think it was 2004 he died. And then I have my essay about my abduction experience, and Whitley's in there with a section from A New World. And as we go deeper into the book, that you start to feel the personal experience. I'm very vulnerable at what happened to me, being taken aboard, genetic information accessed, and I've never written about that before, but I just felt like I needed to share it in this book. And then I got Daryl Anka to contribute a chapter. He is the channel for Bashar, and he wrote this chapter as himself, as his 30-year contact experience. What all these chapters have in common is the themes of telepathy, the themes of this is not just about ETs, it's about opening up the human mind to greater realities. And then I have Carolyn Corey's in there and Mary Rodwell. So Carolyn Corey ends it with her understanding of merging. She actually merges with these ET beings. So we have the whole scope of the contact experience. So if you're anywhere on that scale, there's something to relate to in this book. But I think if the reader takes this all in and they're new to the phenomena, you will start to gain this multiple perspective of what's really going on with the human mind and how we are at a critical point where we need to expand who we think we are to embrace the greater cosmos. And this is not really about ETs as much as it is about finding our humanity, finding our soul, as Linda said, finding that essence, that quality of being that's eternal. This is what the ETs want to wake us up to. I'll finish right here, but John Mack said that he thinks the UFOs are like an outreach program from the universe for the consciously impaired. That's us, the consciously impaired. So that's one of my favorite lines. And buy the book. You could pre-order on Amazon. You're going to go. And I really thank Mark for making this program a tribute to that book. And I'm really happy that the publisher, I went to the publisher with another UFO book. He said, no, write this book and then we'll decide about that other book. So anyway, you could pre-order it on Amazon here. Go to Making Contact Alan Steinfeld. The more that you pre-order it, the higher it goes in the search engines. And I'll put the link there in the chat. And
I just showed it. I just showed it there.
Oh, thank you. And I want to send this as these 180 days start to move. If you know about that, in the COVID relief bill, there was a portion in the last 5 pages that said that the government has to come forward and release documents in 180 days from, what was it, December 19th, Linda? Sometime in June 24th, around that time. And I want to send this book to members of Congress. What was the date, Linda? Oh, you're still muted.
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. Anyway, I couldn't hear you, but it's coming. This is the time that we're all coming together. That's why we have so much energy. That's why there's so much energy on this call tonight, because something is being infused into the human experience that is taking us to another level of our energetic body, our mental body, and a higher version of reality. So that's sort of a little encapsulated. Yes, Linda, can you say something?
Yeah,
Oh.
It's June 24th is the 180th day. So the Secretary of Defense and the Director of National Intel are supposed to come up with documents or answers to the congressional request on advanced aerial threats, foreign adversaries to unidentified aerial phenomena. But you know what? I feel like tonight, and I feel it more and more, what's happening is the human family population is the one that is pressing forward now for contact, as if saying, the governments, if you're not going to tell us, we're going to go ourselves.
And that's what we're doing here tonight. Yeah. That's why we're feeling the energy of this Zoom call, and maybe everyone who's watching online is feeling something being awakened in their mind. It's like a pineal pituitary gland expansion. That's what I'm feeling now anyway. So yes, pre-order the book. Let's get it out there. I'm going to send it to members of Congress, and it is Preparations for the New Realities of Extraterrestrial Existence is the subtitle. Making Contact, which we have done. Whitley just demonstrated we have made some contact, and everyone here has been such a great contribution to this cause of planetary awakening. So thank you, Scott, Deborah.
Thank you,
Mark.
Alan. And
Yes.
we've got one more announcement from you.
Oh, yes. What is that? Oh,
Contact in the Desert.
That's right. You know, one of the places I met Deborah was at the epic UFO gathering called Contact in the Desert. It is going to be online, but this was 3 hours. That is 3 or 4 days of this kind of energy. And when we were there in person, Deborah, you could feel there was a level of love. Even though we're talking about ETs that sort of are impersonal, there's something else going on. I felt that when I went to one of Bud Hopkins' groups. He wasn't aware of it, but I felt, wow, there's this expansion because everyone is going to a new level of awakening, and that expands our being. And that's really what this is about. They have some of the best speakers at Contact in the Desert, run by our friends Victoria and Paul. And it's a great conference. I think it's going to be great online and offline. But be there, go register at contactinthedesert.com. And next year, join us in the desert. Right, Deborah?
It is one of the best shows, and we all spark each other with higher consciousness, just like we're doing tonight. And just want to honor Victoria and Paul for keeping it going, because it's been hard for the live events to keep the spirit going as they've been canceled. But here we're going online, and we'll come back again in person. So,
and you know what's great is the community of people, 5,000 people from all over the world gather together, and we sort of compare notes. We sort of are forming some other type of level of connection, and it's just coming online now.
Oh, thank you very much, Alan. Thank you, Deborah. I'm going to move us forward. You know, at midnight, we do turn into pumpkins. Next Friday night, now we know on Tuesday night, we're all going to gather back together to see what Mark and Jimmy have to offer and to really learn from them. But there's a wonderful monthly series called Exo Metaverse. It's put together by Zenka, Caro, who you're going to hear from in just a couple minutes. But just want to let everybody know that next Friday night, and actually every Friday night that she does this, I'm collaborating with her, and we are doing it as part of my Straight Talk series. And this next Friday night, it's going to be Mark Sims and Grant Cameron. So you guys are going to get a lot of healthy heapings of wisdom and fun knowledge from Mark and Grant on Friday night, February 12th. And then 2 weeks later, she's got Adam Apollo, who we just heard from. So Adam and Zenka will be on Friday the 26th. So definitely join us for that. And again, Deborah's putting the link into the chat box for you. And you can watch it on my Street Talk show. So thank you, everybody. It's going to be really, really fun. And then the very last thing we want to promote on Global Peace Tribe Recommends is, you know, every Sunday, I do a Sacred Sunday show. And I've been choosing friends that we've met on the show, Saturday Night Live, people that we want to have more of. I've had Johanna Beekman, a lot of times the musical artists, getting to know them on a deeper level. We've, so far this year in 2021, I've done a show with Pollyanna Bush, show with Johanna Beekman, and tomorrow I'm going to be doing a show with Maitreya Wolf. You met her on one of our previous shows, and she's really something. She's an amazing musician, but she's also a coach and has a really fascinating mystical understanding of life. She's very deep. And so I think that you'll all enjoy getting to know her. That's tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock Pacific time. Plenty of time to enjoy Sacred Sunday and still catch the Super Bowl. So there you have it. And I want to thank our donors that have been continuing to donate. And I'm going to announce our donors that I haven't mentioned yet in just a moment. But we just talked about Zenka. And so this is a good time to introduce her and bring her on board. Hi, Zenka.
Hi, how's it going?
It's good. You enjoying the show?
Yes. And Jimmy and Mark, my radios have been going off. So people from other dimensions are enjoying this show too.
So you've actually got one of the walkie-talkie sets set up, yeah?
These guys got me hooked on it since August, and it's been a whole experience because they have personalities and they have emotions and everything else. It's like having pets.
Wow.
It's mind-blowing. I can't wait for them to open up this experiment to the world. Yeah.
How often do you get little clicks? How often do they respond to you?
Well, I'll be working. We have some things figured out. So one beep is yes. So if I'm working or if I'm talking and I'm like, wow, should I do this one? Boop. Okay. Sometimes when I have people over, they don't talk. They won't talk. And when we do CE5s, they go nuts. They're just they get really excited. So it's yeah, I actually have to turn them off a lot of times because I just can't deal with all of the the conversation.
Wow.
It's mind blowing, mind blowing. Mm-hmm.
So tell us a little bit about Exo Metaverse and the work that you're doing to, kind of just build this community.
Yeah, tonight has been so fascinating, and especially, Linda opened it up where she's like, what is this all adding up to, right? And Whitley's saying like, let's get in here and try this and do this, right? No more bystanders, and Grant saying, let's record our stories. And those are such important messages. My role in all of this is rocket fuel. I was born to accelerate the consciousness movement. And this is a way that we can help people question and reconsider. And as Mark Sims says, recalibrate your worldview. So I want everyone to take a moment right now and ask yourself, what would be rocket fuel for the consciousness movement? What would be rocket fuel for this contact movement? Think about it. I want to echo again what Linda was saying. This is not about government disclosure. It's not about the papers coming out. We are the story, and we're going to tell our story. And we're the scientists, if they're not going to release the research, and if, the universities want their tenure and are too scared to research this stuff, that leaves it up to us. We're the designers of our best future. And now that all the taboos have gone away, like Gaia has taken away the taboos, we get to stand up and talk about it and ask questions and share our research. And if we're going to do this well, we must unify, right? We got to take all our silos of excitement and knowledge, and we've got to build tools and build the network of networks. We got to get that cross communication going. And Exo Metaverse is one of those tools. I want to inspire people to fund and create tools that we can all share, right? We need high-tech tools. We deserve high-tech tools for this movement. It's important, right? I'm going to share a little bit of research that I haven't shared before tonight with you guys. And one of the things that I've been interested in since last March is like big picture data, because that was one of the downloads I had. It's like, we got to tell people this is happening. They got to know that there's like an acceleration in this. They got to believe it, right? And so it's like, let's show them that it's happening with big numbers. So I'm going to share my screen and show you this is one thing we all need to understand too. We're in this solar cycle right now that in 4 years, our nervous system is going to really ramp up. So we have 4 years to use our energy to really bring this movement forward. And if you look at Reddit, look at this. This is acceleration. This is exponential change. This is unstoppable. This is from 2013 to 2020. Look at this. We are growing. We're like popcorn, right? It's like one person has the experience. They get courage to talk about it. Then someone else has an experience. We've got to help other people have their first experience. That's where we really do. And, we on the Exo Metaverse site, we're collecting information. We're collecting what are the greatest films about this? What are the negative ones? And how does that affect our subconscious mind? This is Google Trends, right? This is spiritual awakening from 2004 to the present day. This is people typing into search for this. Starseed, awakening. Can you guys see that? Okay, so one of the things, we decided to reverse the API and search what Google, how many results existed for any of these words. And they were blocking us on all the interesting words, you know what I mean? And it doesn't work to block anymore because the curiosity just increases, just like we learned with, GameStop. so when this shows you how they were blocking the question. Then we started scraping on top, right? And this is a typical response. We're getting jagged edges. So these are, certain million of responses, right? Now, this is what this morning I was putting together what I was going to say today. And look at this. On December 20th, Root Race's results was 265 million results. And then today it's only 30 million. Contact experiences was another one that had this pattern. 7 billion goes down to 861. Elder races, crop circles. So as Grant has already discovered, there's 70 ways for us to make contact. We don't need search engines. We just need ourselves. That's not, search engine is going to convince you of anything. You have to have the experience. It's not believable if you read a book. You have to do it. So at EXO, we're trying to figure out how people do this. And Mark and I researched, when he got all those thousands of people together, how people have their first experience. And this is 5,000 people responded to this survey. They do it through dreams, meditation, through CE5. We want to organize ways to do that. These, ET Talks is doing a CE5 on Saturday, February 13th. And we've got 150 people, locations around the world, signed up to have parties. And I'm getting emails like, hey, I want to come over, right? And these are contact experiences from Mark's projects and ET Let's Talk. I mean, these are the kind of tools that we want to make embeddable on anybody's website. And when we asked people in our surveys, why do you think ETs are trying to contact us? This is what came out. They want to help us, right? We're recording, we want people to talk about their first contact experience, to invite other people into that. We want to share local events that are happening in the community. And like you said, Grant's going to be talking with Mark next Friday. We're going to be talking with Adam. So let's just do this. Let's do this. And Mark and Jimmy's research is totally fascinating. And you don't have to be in a channel to be having contact. It's just here, you know what I mean? And it can happen in your everyday life. And as Mark said, it's like even the engineers are going to love this one. So yeah.
Right. You're muted, Scott.
Oh, thank you so much for your enthusiasm and all that you're doing, Zenka. I'm really looking forward to collaborating with you on what you're doing with EXO Metaverse and Straight Talk. So thank you. Thank you very, very much. And on the subject of thank yous, I want to thank those of you who have been donating. And you still can donate by going to GoFundMe and just put in Global Peace Tribe. But I'm going to read some more of the people who donated. And guess what? Whitley Strieber donated to us tonight.
Wow.
That's really cool. Thank you, Whitley. Thank you. I want to also thank Carol Lazar, Kimberly Schlens, Suzanne Marie, a lot of anonymous people. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Iona Marshall, Janice Hall, Jojo Harmon, more anonymouses, Lynette, Joanne Brim, Monica Hart, more anonymous, Ayada Ayala, hi Ayada, John Martin, Nisa Maloney, Suzanne Cornell, Wendy Cario, a lot more anonymous people, Noel Moore. Thank you, Noel Moore. Sounds like no more. Thank you, you guys. It really feels good to get your donations and to feel that support. I also want to show you guys something kind of fun. One of our viewers, Kim, has been having a lot of UFO activity outside her window tonight in New Hampshire, and she has sent it to us. And so I'm going to play, it's very short, but if you take a look, hopefully everybody will be able to see what has happened tonight outside Kim's window in New Hampshire. So this is kind of a fun, spontaneous thing. I think Mark Sims will get a kick out of this. Here we go.
This month, 7 planets.
Well, I could hear myself in the background. I remember seeing, and I'm going to kind of fast forward here a little bit where we can see them. Are you, oh, where do they go? She sent me another video that I saw pretty clearly. You know what? I'll have to find that. So you know what? I'm going to turn it back over to our next thing on the agenda. I apologize. She sent me about 8 YouTubes, and I must have played the wrong one here. So I'm going to come back to all of you, and I'm going to go to Alan Steinfeld, who has a very fun little never seen before experience on Saturday Night Alive. Take it away, Alan.
Well, you know, this has been a great show, very intense, and I am obsessed with the subject. Like Grant says, I was sucked down the rabbit hole. And, you know, I just thought we'd have a little fun with this because it's when we integrate these experiences into the everyday world and start to laugh about it that it really becomes part of the fabric of the culture. So I'm not like a joker. I like to have fun. I have a good sense of humor. For instance, someone asked me to host a near-death experience conference. And I said, well, that's pretty heavy. And I thought, well, how could I lighten that up? Not to make fun of it, but this came to me in the middle of the night. I said, okay. And I woke up laughing. And the joke was that came to me, why did the dead chicken or the near dead chicken cross the road?
Why?
Why does a chicken usually cross a road?
To get to the other side.
So why did the near death chicken cross the road? To get to the other side.
The other side.
All right. All right. I guess I can hear some groans with that. Okay. But that was sort of funny. Okay. I'm going to do a screen share. I want to first show you a baby picture of myself there. A little earlier picture of myself. And then there's some consciousness humor. I think Zenka would like this. This little kid says to his father, yeah, I didn't believe in reincarnation when I was your age either. All right. Some of these are great New Yorkers.
Go back to, I saw that you've got one of my favorite ones.
Oh, this one?
Alice talking to Dorothy.
Dorothy of Oz. This is Alice in Wonderland talking to Dorothy of Oz. I've seen some weird shit. Yes, that is a great one too.
That's a good one,
yeah. That is. I didn't know how much time I had. Okay, this woman, New Yorker. Hey, honey, I'm going to another dimension. Do you need anything? I'm gonna get to the UFO stuff. I love this one. This guy is at a bar yelling at the bartender, and he says, "Hey, pal, you have no idea who I think I am." And this chicken is hatching and he says, oh God, I'm turning into my mother.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute.
This guy is frozen his ass horse. These two women say, hey, I thought that was just a figure of speech. He froze his ass off. Anyway, a busy night at Stonehenge as workers move the stones 1 hour forward, you know, daylight savings at Stonehenge. This is a recent New Yorker. It's just the abyss, dear. Try not to stare into it a little. And here's a street crossing sign. Sometimes you see recently. And that's also the reason if the UFOs land, no one would even notice them. They're all looking at their phone. That's right. They probably already landed, but you know, no one's noticing. This is a great quote by Terence McKenna. We are part of a symbiotic relationship with something which disguises itself as an extraterrestrial invasion so as not to alarm us. This one is a tribute to Linda, who talks about the evolving primates being upgraded by the ETs. And this one ET says to the other, you think it's a good idea to inject this guy with our DNA? Now we go into little abduction cartoons. This is a guy abducting an alien baby. That's an alien abduction. This young alien says to his father, why alien abductions only happen at night. The kid and the father says, it's 9 p.m. and you're telling me you want a human for tomorrow. This one's a kind of current one. These aliens says, you're smiling. Aren't you terrified of this abduction? The guy says, no, honestly, I'm happy just to get out of the house for a bit. This is my favorite abduction joke. One alien says to the other with this typical American guy with a baseball hat, This alien says, you abducted him, you feed him. All right. This alien shows up at the guy's house and said, hey, you left this on a ship, his little toy doll. Oh, I like this one. The aliens land, and the guy and the dog says to the aliens, for your information, if you're here to plunder the Earth's natural resources, you better hurry. I know. These aliens say, these guys, to be honest, I'm less troubled by the alien invaders than I am by taking them to the leader, by the leader we're taking them to. Okay, blew that one. Okay, when they finally land on the White House lawns, the alien says to the guys there at the White House, yeah, we clearly came at a bad time. We'll be back in a few years. Good luck. I like that one. These aliens say, careful, these humans are armed and very religious. And these aliens flying away from Earth say, this has been around for a while. As near as I can see, they're fighting over which religion is more peaceful. This one is cute. This alien says to these alien ladies, hey, lady, what are you watching? We're watching 2020 of Earth. It's getting really wild. I guess they knew what it was. This is an alien newscaster here talking about the last segment. Can the humans cure racism and end poverty, stop climate change in time? Tune in next week to find out. Then we have this alien says, first, I'd like to thank everyone who believed in me. This reminds me of this joke about the unicorn talking to the psychiatrist who says, you need to believe in yourself first. And another psychiatrist, the psychiatrist says to the alien, tell me about your mothership. And here are those beings coming from the mothership. And they say to the guy, what do you expect? They're handing him cookies and milk. This one, these aliens says, why do we keep comparing ourselves to those skinny little aliens you see in the movie? I don't know about that.
So Ellen, we need to wrap this up. People
okay. Let me just get to the highlight.
Maybe two more
alien jokes. Here we go. Greetings, human. I've been sent to the secret to save humanity. Stop being such assholes to each other. And this humor joke, I can't seat you. This guy climbed the top of the mountain. I can't seat you until you're fully present. And we're going to the bigger fish prom, and that's the secret alien message. That's my alien self in disguise, and a little humor.
Thank you.
Not that I don't take it seriously, but when it integrates into the mainstream culture, we know it's for real. So thank you for putting up with that.
Yeah, thank you for coming up with those. That was kind of fun.
It's okay.
All right, a lot of people are asking to get to the CE6. So we're going to show a few more videos, but I'm actually going to let go of showing, even though we had a great video of Mark's, a great one from Jay. People really want to get to the CE6. And it is getting late. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, East Coast.
It is.
So I am going to turn it over to Mark. And you need to unmute. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Well, thank you. We still have 337 in our Zoom room with us. So thank you for hanging out through the show. That's a pretty good retention rate for having gone this late.
Absolutely.
What I have over here on my shoulder is a collection of 5 radios. And I thought I would start this CE6 with the using a radio as a contact modality. Normally when I do a CE6, I will have earlier in the day done a broadcast announcing my location and the time that I want to do a CE6. And then I would start meditating at that location at that time. And so that is the way that I choose to do my CE6. I didn't do that earlier, but what I will do is demonstrate the radio contact modality, and then we'll do the meditation together. So I'm going to, on my phone, I have a digital audio file of the CE6 message. This is one of the messages that I play that's got the encoded image that you saw earlier in the video that Jimmy shared with everyone. And I'm going to pick a random radio. Actually, I want Zenka, will you pick, this will be number 1, number 4. So this one right here, is that number 4? Okay. So we're going to broadcast on number 4. This is an 8-watt radio. And we heard earlier that, did you see this? This radio just came on. I haven't broadcast anything. They've been on all night and they haven't made a peep since I've been here.
Wow.
So we already got one. They're all set to the same frequency and they're all turned up. And to prove they're all on the same frequency, I'll just hear that. That's feedback because they're all set to the same frequency. And so what I have to do before I broadcast the message is turn these down. I don't turn them off. I just turn the volume all the way down, and the knobs on the top are the volume control as well as the on-off switch. So I'm just going to turn these down. And now we're going to do the actual broadcast. So I'm going to hold down the trigger, and you can see when I hold it's called the PTT or push to talk button on the side of the radio. It's right here. When I hold it down, you'll see the green transmit button or light rather come on. And so that is indicating that they are receiving the broadcast. Okay, so here we go. Whoop, got it turned up. And my volume turned all the way down so that I wouldn't be interrupted during the show. All right, so here we go. All right. I'm going to turn the volume back up so we can hear the radios. Oh, we got an answer already from that guy. He's all of a sudden talking. So this guy, that guy right there is getting, now I've been using these radios for months, unless I just got, a few of them I just got recently. And, but I've been playing with them and they're active anyway. But so this guy is talking, there he is.
Wow.
So it's not the broadcasting radio in this case, but it is one of the 5 radios. So I'll just, I'm going to leave that in the background and we'll do this meditation together.
Beautiful.
So to meditate, I choose to do something I call singing the hue. It's something I learned while I was an eckist, a member of Eckankar, which is actually the first religious organization that I joined as an adult about a year after my contact experience with Tejbar, and it was at the recommendation of Tejbar that I joined Eckankar to learn about spirituality. So their main spiritual practice is singing the hue, which they call a song to God. And it goes like this. And I just do this for 20 minutes. So I'm going to put on a timer for 20 minutes. And at the end of 20 minutes, what I encourage everyone to do is to go outside and look up in the sky, or maybe do this with your eyes closed. And you, after singing, what happens to me is often I'll have what I call a light show. I get in my third eye a beautiful show of light of different colors, and it just feels very special. All right. So get comfortable. right. That's 20 minutes. And what I do now is do 5 minutes of silent contemplation. I just sit with my eyes closed. And sometimes if I'm outside and it's dark, I'll do contemplation with my eyes open. But right now I'll do it with eyes closed, and then I'll go outside and we'll just call it a night. Okay, everyone. Let's come out of our silent contemplation. And what I'd like to do, the radios here were completely quiet during my meditation, and that's very typical. They're very respectful. And what I'd like to try, what I typically do at this point, once I've established contact with one of the radios, I will pick that radio. So it was this one. And I'm going to turn down. We're going to follow up with a message. We're going to use Morse code this time and just send them a very short message. And my favorite that usually gets enthusiastic response is love, love, love.
That's great.
So I have an app on my phone. Since I don't know Morse code, Jimmy, by the way, does. He's very impressive to see that guy do Morse code.
And he's still with us. I want to, for a minute, I want to acknowledge the people that are still with us. Jimmy is still with us. Grant, all the way from Canada, and he's like, I think, East Coast time. Zenka is still with us. So these are, and Larisa is still with us.
Larissa's still here. All right.
Wow. So,
So here too. I just got my video off.
Oh, Justin.
Yes.
I loved your trick, Justin. That blew me away. You really, really made an impression. What a magical evening you made this.
Thank you. Beautiful meditation. My girlfriend and I are both in it right now.
Wonderful.
Yeah, beautiful.
And I want to thank, you know, the wonderful people at Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe, Deborah, Scott, and all the other people behind the scenes, Lauren, Lindsay, Desmi, all these incredible people that have put in a lot of time. And I just really salute you and am so grateful for everything that you do. You're an inspiration to me. And I also, all the people on the screen right now have made a big impact in one way or another, especially you, Zenka. She is just so full of energy. You can't help but get energized by her enthusiasm. And Jimmy, you're a brother. I love you, man. Thank you for entrusting me with this information and being honored by, you know, introducing you and this technique to the world, because I really think this has the potential to go viral and to open people up to the fact that we are not alone and we can have a relationship with non-human intelligence in a way that's not scary, that people can do at their own pace. And it's cool. It is definitely a way to establish a relationship. It sounds funny, but it really, you do build a relationship with these radios and the intelligences on the other side of them. And you know, Zenka is shaking her head, and Jimmy knows, and other people that have been in our circle doing the radio experiments, they'll all attest there's something unique about using these radios, and that you establish a connection with whoever is talking through them.
I also want to just acknowledge 271 people still in our Zoom room, still going strong, and many of them have talked about having really powerful experiences tonight. Christy Michaels and Kim have actually taken photos and videos of lights out in the sky. Several others have really felt the presence of spirits. And we've got Norway in the house. It's pretty cool. And just to remind everybody, Tuesday night, 6 to 8 p.m., Jimmy and Mark are going to answer a lot of the questions, and we're going to be able to go even deeper into it. So thank you, all you global peace tribers out there.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Deborah. Love, love, love you all.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so you're gonna give it one more whirl there, Mark?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Did you hear that? I haven't sent my message yet, but here I go. It says, love, 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 right there on my phone. So now I hold down the transmit button, and I'm going to play love, love, love in Morse code. Right. Let's see what happens. Let's turn up the radios. And we'll wait here for a second and see if anything happens. Jimmy, do you have any radios going where you're at?
They're all charging right now.
How about you, Zenka?
Thank you, you muted.
Yeah, sorry, I've got two. They've been going off all night long. They've been really excited. So let's see what happens now.
It's like those movies where they're trying to get the little boy or little girl. They're saying his first words, and they call the grandmother, and the kid doesn't say a word. And then the moment they hang up, you know, then the kid starts chattering away, you know?
Right.
Colleen writes that her handheld is going off intermittently.
Uh-huh. Great.
A lot of people talk about how wonderful tonight's been.
Yeah, so on the Tuesday night, we'll make sure that we have the make and model of these radios available to people so they can order them. They're less than $40 a piece. This red one just came out. It's a new model that's about $35. It's an 8-watt radio. So it's the most powerful handheld watt radio that you can get on the market. And these used to cost about $70 each, and now they're half that cost.
Wow.
So they're really very affordable. And I recommend getting at least 2 like Zenka has so that you can confirm that you're only getting an answer on one and not all of them. Or I actually, these are 5 here. I've got about 10 others in the outside in the back that I change them. I change them up just to make sure that I'm not working with any defective radios and that I can repeat the experiments with different sets of radios. And I've done dozens of experiments since August, probably over 100 by now. And I've begun keeping a video journal, and I've been editing them and publishing them on my Vimeo website. And I'll be publishing those publicly soon.
Somebody's asking where they can buy, because Tim wants to have them by Tuesday night.
Okay. Well, you can get them on Amazon, and what I'll do is share the screen, and I'll just go with, I'll go here, I'll go to Amazon, and you can, the manufacturer is Baofeng. It's BAOFENG. Radio, and they have a bunch of different models. This is the 8-watt that I used to buy for $62. Here's this $70 model. Here's a $100 model. I actually have one of those right here. When I first started, these were the top of the line and all you could get.
Now, for some reason, it's coming off really fuzzy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not crisp. But how do you spell it? Baofeng? Spell it for us.
It's BAO, F as in Frank, ENG, radio. And I want to find the new ones on here so that you can, you don't have to buy the expensive ones. You know, I'm just going to go to my account here.
Mark, I think I might, it's 2 for $75. Is that the one?
Might be. Here it is. And Catalina is reminding us to use Amazon Smile. And that way it helps to donate to people.
Right. Let me copy and paste this link into the chat.
Great.
Let's see. Trying. Um, trying to stop the share, and normally.
I can stop it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Let me go to all panelists and attendees. So I just pasted the link into the chat. And that one comes in a few different colors. Red, this is the yellow one. And there's a silver and I believe a blue and a black. So those are the new ones you want to order because they're good, they work. Jimmy just got a set and he confirmed that they worked right away. And if that one says there's only one left in stock, again, they come in different colors. Let me also do the yellow one. Oh, yellow, the silver one's not available. I guess these are going pretty quickly.
We should all buy stock in this company as we.
Yeah, they're out of the yellow and the silver, and all they've got is one yellow left. So.
Wow.
Well, they're being shy at the moment. Let me.
Thank you, Ayala. I like what you just wrote. So thank you. And thank you again, everybody who's been watching the show. Thank you, presenters.
So we'll give this a few moments and then maybe we'll call it a night. It's approaching 11 o'clock Pacific time.
2 o'clock East Coast. And we do have East Coast.
Right.
Yeah. And
Grant, are you East Coast time?
Central.
You're Central?
yeah, so it's
1.
1 o'clock in the morning for you, yeah.
I remember when I was driving back from a C5 where we did a radio test, and my friend who didn't believe, like they were really going off during the C5. I was like, okay, cool. And I drove home. I was like, it was like totally silence as I was driving home. And then I picked up one of them and I was like, thank you guys so much. And then they went, they started talking a lot again. It's just so fun. You guys are are in for a real treat when you get these radios.
Yeah, they're cool. It really is something. In fact, why don't I'll just show you another. I'll leave everyone with this last video of one of my recent experiments.
Diana is asking, will the frequency work in Australia?
Yes, there's a question about the frequency to use, and we're going to talk about that on Tuesday. Jimmy has been using a special frequency for doing his experiments, and we'll explain it in more detail on Tuesday. I have confirmed that I can pick an arbitrary frequency and initiate contact, but there is one special frequency that seems to work consistently, and Jimmy has kind of made the choice to reserve that for a special time and so I leave it to Jimmy to do that. But you can pick any, when I say any, within the amateur range, amateur ham radio frequency range, and just continue to send the messages periodically. And it takes me on an average between 1 to 2 hours to establish contact on a new frequency if I haven't been working with the radios for a few days. But once I establish the frequency, then it's consistent. It doesn't take long at all to reconnect.
Interesting.
Let's see. So I'm going through here. I'm just trying to, I've got actually quite a few different experiments in my library here, and I'm just trying to, let's see this one. All right, I'm going to share this with everyone. And I will actually add this link to the chat. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I can share this one. So I'm going to add this to the chat. This is the link to my Vimeo, one of my Vimeo radio experiments. I just need to confirm that I've made it available for anybody to watch. It's not password protected.
It is password protected.
Okay, I'm changing that right now. Okay, now you should be able to watch it. And I'm going to play it here. It's 8 minutes. I'm going to just take you through the best parts of it. And I just need to share the page, share the screen. Here we go. So this is experiment number 3. And this was done, let's see. This was done on August 14th. So here in the description, if you can read it, I began the transmission 2 minutes in, and at 6:39 they answered on. So I'll just. All right, it's 11 o'clock on August 14th, 2020. And this is the second day of formal experimentation with the radios in our attempt to make contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. So as you can see, 3 identical radios. They are all set to the same frequency. And I can prove this by pushing the button of 1. And whoops, this button. Whoa, and I get feedback. So, oh, and we got a little signal there from the radio that I just sent that press that from. Wow, they're ready to go. Right off the bat, I didn't even send the message. So this is radio A going off. Wow. You can see the other two are not going off. And so they were just waiting for me to get started. So I'm going to send the CE6 message. All right. You know what I'm going to do is part of this experiment. I'm going to play this on B. Now I've got to turn down the volume so we don't have that feedback problem real quick. Okay. And now we're going to broadcast on B. So I'm going to go ahead and fast forward this. So this is now fast forwarded and to 30 seconds before. I just want to show again the time is 11:06 and it's August 14th. And this is the brand of radio we're using. Up. That was B. There it is. There it is. Amazing. Just amazing. All right. Well, there you have it, everyone. That's what normally happens. So look, I hope you can join us Tuesday, and everyone have a wonderful weekend, and thanks for joining us. And Scott, again, another great job, and thank you so much.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mark. Really a special, special night. And thank you, everybody. I love that we still got 217 people in the Zoom room. A lot of great questions. I'm saving the chat. I'll email you, both Mark and Jimmy, I'll email you the chat right now. And you guys can kind of start going through it tomorrow if you wish. And much love. Grant, what a pleasure to meet you. First experience with you. Justin, you blew my mind, man. It really happened. I went out and bought a deck of cards yesterday and it was like, wow, that was very cool. Zenka, I love who you are, your energy. You're like a cup of coffee out with legs, you know? Really, just great energy. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Tomorrow morning, Sacred Sunday show at 10 a.m. It's going to be a good one with Maitreya Wolf. And of course, I know I'm going to see all of you on Tuesday night at 6 o'clock Pacific time. Take care, everybody. Get a good night's sleep. And let's all have some contact and connection, okay? All right. Good night.